I can't blame you, everyone has the right to seek their own happiness first. He comments before making an unsure expression. Well, normally I would add something about seeking your own happiness without affecting other people, but let's hypocritically let this part out of this. He says with an amused smirk. Shago laughs again. Yep, I like that. Hypocrisy is our race's best trait. Well, in this society it's hard to climb your path without stepping into other people's dreams and aspirations. We are naturally very competitive. It's impossible to live properly without hurting anyone in some way. He adds wistfully, philosophical today, aren't we? She says amused. Are you sure that you want this conversation to go in this direction? Hector asks a little exasperated, what is the problem? It's just a topic. She shrugs nonchalantly, talking about the women in my life is not a date topic. I'm just curious. Anyone would pity little poor me. You are out there meeting a lot of people. And I am home, alone and miserable, she says as a drama queen. I heard that you're very close to a certain cat burglar. She continues slowly while watching his reaction over her drink. You even blocked my access to her information on your database? She has personal issues. Sensitive topic, it's not something that I'm comfortable sharing without her consent. All right then, let's talk about that girl for another world. She suddenly shifts the topic. Hector sighs. I already said that was a fling and I left just after that. Nothing was born from it. But she still has some competitive spirit inside that can't just let it go. You can travel anywhere. Must have a lot of experience. Who is the most beautiful woman that you've seen? She asks, genuinely curious this time. Hector pauses and answers seriously, Shimura Nana, my teacher? He says, pervert? So you have this kind of fetish? She mocks, not at all. She taught me a lot with things, together with other people. She is the closest thing that I have to a teacher. He says, and funnily enough I never had any lewd thought about her. The thought stops even himself, he just sat there contemplatively thinking about the why. Apparently, I'm not that much of a horn dog if a woman doesn't present herself in a sexy way maybe? That's good I think. He thinks, my trip to that world is too fast too, I didn't even appreciate Mirko's female form completely. Show me her. Shago says, waiting for him to deny it. Okay, no problem. He says before making a hologram in his hand to show Nana from the waist and above. Shago analyzes the woman. Shiny black hair, a beauty mark, a slightly muscular but still feminine body, a kind and confident smile. Yeah, she is not bad. She says dismissively and a little jealous, I'm not even surprised that she is Asian. Pervert. I need to warn poor Cassandra to not fall into your evil hands. Hector doesn't answer, sometimes is better to stay silent. Any answer will trigger a stream of teasing anyway. And your first girl? Can you show me her? Nope, he says popping the pea. He found himself surprisingly protective of Kana. Continue to live in the abyss of ignorance about the rival that you created by yourself. He teases with a smug smirk, asshole. She says with a matching smile. So Hector, sincerely I was half expecting that you would do something crazy on this date. Everything has been pretty normal. She comments amused, oh? Aren't you liking it? Let a review later. He quips, no dumbass. I'm liking very much, a good contrast to our crazy lives. But what I was half dreading was that you would take me to another planet or dimension to eat some strange food. I don't know. She comments. He laughs. How did you discover my plans for the next date? He jokes, making her laugh. He continues, well, I can't go all out right from the beginning, right? I really thought about going to have a dinner under the sea or watching the northern lights. He says contemplatively, but I dismissed the idea from now. In truth, this is all path of my plan. He smirks at her. Oh? Your plan? To manipulate you. He says in a serious tone, the quirk in his lips the only thing that denounces the joke. I would first show you a normal boring date, and in the future show how superior my own dates will be. You will get used to something that only I can provide, entrapped on my web. You would never escape my clutches. He reveals dramatically. She raises her hand to her mouth, shocked. You evil maniac! How could you concoct such a devious plan? Gaslight me in order to become dependent on you. The best part is that even if you know, it's too late. He chuckles. Checkmate, Shago. No more escaping. Welcome to my life forever. She holds back a laugh. But I have to say that this is an incredible coincidence. She starts, coincidence? He raises one eyebrow. I thought long and hard about your little fling with the red bimbo teenager, and arrived the conclusion that was a good thing. She reveals, you would get used to such low-quality goods, that when you taste the real thing, you will get hooked. Hector raises an amused eyebrow. Maybe we are perfect for each other after all. He raises his glass of wine, to our evil minds. She meets his glass with her own ting. The talk goes on and on. Many topics appear in the conversation, from the most serious to the most trivial. And obviously, there's a lot of teasing and flirting between the two. Are you gonna eat all that? Shago asks suddenly, acting exaggeratedly wide-eyed. Why? Hector asks suspiciously. He already can imagine the teasing coming in some way. I know that you're accustomed to eating cheap meals. But shouldn't you save some space to better things? She says, accentuating her chest, her voice full of innuendo. Oh, maybe you're right. He starts slowly playing this game, but what if the meal is not satisfactory? He looks at her. Can I go find some good dessert elsewhere? He asks with a teasing smirk. A vein almost popped from Shago's temple, but she keeps her calm. I assure you that you're not gonna find something better in any other place. She says, maybe you're right. He looks at his plate. I was just thinking of tasting something new anyway. Like a salad? Something green, you know? He looks at her eyes intensely. Oh, I was thinking the opposite. She kept eye contact. I'm craving meat. She then acts oblivious, rolling a lock of hair in her fingers, and looking at the menu for an instant. I ask myself if can get some tonight. She makes a show of sighing. Hector can't take his eyes off her. I would be a horrible date if I can't provide what my lady wants. He says in a low voice. The staring match continues for a long time. The sexual tension is high. The next dish will be the last. And they ate it as fast as possible like they were possessed. A pilot of F1 would lose to Hector in driving right now. He cuts through the traffic so fast and skillfully that looks almost like a work of art. Inside the car, Hector is back to his normal appearance, and the couple continues to stare at each other. Hector does not even look at the road while avoiding everything and passing green lights just milliseconds away from becoming red. The sexual tension between the two is so thick that Hector would need the sword of actuation to cut through it. Shago's hand is on his thigh. She is holding himself back to not go down on him right now. Hector drives to a desert and dark street. He rolls the steering wheels with everything he can, making the car do 180. It looks like the car will crash the side on a wall. Till the wall becomes dark and a portal swallows the car. The car stops in one of the many rooms of Isabella's Infinity Castle. Hector helps Shago out of the car. When they leave this room, Shago finds herself in a big penthouse. The lights of the night city make a good view, but she can't identify where they are. Not that she cares whatever hotel Hector reserved this thing. Hector also is not caring about whatever things he set prior to create a nice mood like the lighting or the music. In a few seconds, Shago is jumping on him. Her legs wrap around his waist, her arms around his neck, and their first kiss is like that. Nothing overly romantic or lovey-dovey, but full of passion and desire. All the waiting will pay off now. Take me to bed. Now. She says breathlessly after separating from him for an instant. Hector can obey this order easily. He throws her onto the bed, only giving her a second of bouncing on the soft mattress in giggles before he is on her again, intensifying their previous makeout session. The kiss becomes sloppy, their tongue battle for dominance inside their mouth while their body presses against each other like they want to become one. Shago's hands run over his back till his front. Her powers flare and her hands ignite, turning his upper clothes into nothingness. Eager, huh? He separates himself to smirk at her. I'm the same. He says in a low rumbling voice before grabbing her dress and tearing it off her body with one hand. Exclamation point. What he sees makes even the man that went head-on to clash against the Mjolnir pause. The sexy lingerie that teases a lot and covers nothing. The lines hug her female form, exacerbating her thickness. The color complements her skin. And where should be covered is either transparent or open. Shago watches her setting having the exact effect that she expected. Remove your ring. He almost growls at her, staring at her body intensely. That's a look that he has been holding back to not show for a long time, but now he doesn't care anymore. Even if he said to her to remove the ring, he is the one that takes it off with one hand. He watches the effect of the illusion recede slowly. Starting from her hand, her pale green skin emerges to him. Perfection. It's the only thing he whispers before not wasting time and going down on her. She smiles softly at the compliment. His hands go to cup her breasts, feeling the firmness and softness. His mouth goes lower, giving a small peck on her toned stomach before moving even lower. He wants to get her ready. He kisses her pussy lips, making them grow wetter. He looks up at her for a moment, before smirking. Then his tongue darts out his mouth. A tongue big enough to lick his eyebrows. Shago eyes widen, but it's all she can do before she is assaulted by the pleasure. OFUCK. You know what you're doing. She grabs the sheets of the bed while arching her back. The thick green thighs squeeze his head, still undecided if wants to bring him deeper or keep him away because the pleasure is too much. After some time, when she is spasming slightly, Hector stops, letting her on the edge of an explosive orgasm. Bastard. She spats. He smiles while licking his lips, his eyes two crescents full of amusement. Patience, my dear, he says slowly, removing the rest of his clothes. Then Shago sees the long and thick cock hitting her pussy with a wet plop. She can't help but grab it to stroke lightly, rubbing the underside against her lower lips. Think you're in control, huh? Smug fucker. She thinks, you know Hector? She starts a little breathless. I'm a virgin again. Exclamation point. This makes him pause again. She can feel the dick jerking up on her hand, reacting to her words. Imagine my surprise. After a training session, I find my panties with a little blood. I've just broken my hymen again. She starts rubbing his cock more vigorously, her voice in a sexual tone. You know what this means? It means that my tight pussy is ready to take the form of your dick forever. Her voice laced with a sexual tone. You want that, right? Reshape my pussy with this monster to become your perfect cock sleeve. She continues to jerk him off, increasing the speed while she talks. Shago, he says slowly in a bestial growl. Even his dick looks angry, bigger than ever before. Shago starts sitting down to change position. She wants to blow him off now and get him ready for her. But he puts his hand on her chest, forcing her down. That's it. You won. He says slowly, grabbing her knees and opening her legs. You're fucking cock tease? Shago gulps at his tone. Now that's rare. The man finally will give in. Give what she wants. Do you know how hard it was for me to resist? I'm not waiting not even a minute. He takes position, the cockhead pressing her folds, all the touches, phrases full of innuendo. You're bending over too much, hints of cleavage, pressing yourself against me. A man can only take so much before snapping. Shago. I'm not a Buddha. He says before going for a deep kiss. At the same time he buries his dick in her. Fucking finally. She moans out loud while she feels his invading her pussy slowly, deeper and deeper. Her walls grip him tightly. With a single thrust, she surpassed the edge that he left her hanging, achieving orgasmic bliss. But he doesn't let her rest. He moves away to see her in full glory, gripping her waist firmly. He starts moving, hypnotized by her breasts bouncing up and down with each thrust and her expression full of ecstasy. Her hands seek his body, finding his large frame and settling on his back, trying to draw him closer. He relents and is met with a sloppy and wet kiss. He can feel a burning sensation on his back. She is clawing at his back, her hands glowing in green flames, but her nails can only break one layer of skin. He can't say that he doesn't like the way that she is losing herself and acting feral, so he let her be and increases his speed and strength. His hard waist hits her thighs with wet sounds, Feeling her close to coming again, he buries himself totally in one single and strong thrust. Shago almost goes cross-eyed, her mouth open in a silent moan. "Fuck," she moans, her voice trembling while her interior clamps down on his length. Like it's trying to keep it there, to don't release it ever anymore. Watching her reactions and the way her body responds with his powers, it's easy for him to do exactly whatever she likes. Hitting the right spots. She climaxes hard, her whole body clinging to him while she tenses. "Damn, that was good," she breathes out. The feeling of relief after a long dry spell. She finally scratched that itch. "But I'm ready for more, big boy." She smiles at him, he smirks too. Removing himself from her, he shows that he didn't come and is still rock hard. "I hope that you don't have plans for tomorrow," he declares. Then he flips her over on her stomach unceremoniously. She catches the message. She got on all fours, raising her ass to him and arching her back. Exposing her holes to him. Swaying her booty slowly from side to side, invitingly she looks back over her shoulder. "If you hold back I will kill you," she threatened, making him chuckle. He gets in position behind her, giving her ass a slap that makes ripples on her pale green cheek. She moans at the treatment. "Don't ask for what you can't handle. And I remember something about pulling hair now, He says like he just remembered something. Grabbing her hair with one hand, he holds her waist with another. His cock teased her entrance. And then he pulls her by the hair, making her move back, engulfing his cock slowly into her folds. Her sweet moan is music to his ears. "Such slut. I should have had fucked you on day one," he says, increasing his speed. "Yes. You should have," she screams in ecstasy, "bend you over and put you in your place. I bet that you would gladly get on your knees." He dirty talks because he can see that she enjoys it a lot, by the way she clamps around him. And is moving her ass back to meet his thrusts. "Yes. I'm your slut. Only yours, treat me like one," she shouts. Her arms collapse and she was biting the sheets. But Hector wants to hear her, so snaking a hand around her bosom, he pulls her to his chest while mauling her big breasts. "I will," he whispers in her ear. "Fuck me good, you big-dicked bastard," she says back to him, going for a sloppy kiss. Their tongue battle in and out of their mouth. Hector discovers that he also likes dirty talk, because Shago is a master of that. Whispering profanities and debauchery in his ear. Things that would make a succubus blush. "I'm gonna come," he says on her neck, inside. "If you stop now, I'm seriously gonna kill you." She moans back with her eyes closed. She is close right now. "Don't worry, I have powers to prevent unwanted consequences. Tonight I'm gonna paint your interior white," he says before bottoming the deepest Hikano in her. Her ass flattening on his crotch. "Oh, Effie." She curses, feeling her uterus hot from the assault. Hector takes a content sigh and releases her. She falls on the soft mattress, limply riding on the afterglow. "Still hard, huh? This will be a problem," he notices to himself. It's not really possible to blame him. Seeing Shago with her face down and ass raised in the air, red by his slaps and well-fucked pussy. He would never calm down. He uses X-ray and microscopic vision to check something too. Yep, it's working perfectly. No risk of pregnancy. He can't help but double-check. A pity that he didn't have Homelander card the last time. And sometimes your own mistakes are the hardest ones to see. He stops his checkup after seeing Shago moving again. She pushes him down, hands on his chest. "This time, I'm on top," she says, and without much of a "excuse me," sinks down on his hard dick. Only a fool would stop her. She watches her move, jumping on his cock, moving her hips up and down, side from side, twerking. Her enjoyment is visible on her face while she throws her head back and grabs her own hair, hands behind her head while she rides him, like a goddess of sex. He can't stand idle. Hugging her thin waist with one arm, he sits down and pulls her closer, bringing his head to her breasts and helping her move with a hand on her ass. Then not many words are exchanged between the two beyond sexy talk. They fall into a rhythm, having back-breaking, toe-curling sex in all positions that their strength, flexibility, and imagination allows. At the highest point of the night, Hector is pounding her as hard as she can handle. Already accustomed to each other, Their forehead are touching while their bodies don't want to know a world where they're separate. Shago is reaching another climax, being built up little by little with each thrust. Like a balloon being filled that at some point will explode. When this point happens, she grabs him by the neck to devour his mouth, muffling her moan in his lips. When she separates from the lip lock, she looks at his eyes, just some inches apart. "I love you," she says, and doesn't wait for an answer. She doesn't even want it now. She hugs him again, resting her chin on his shoulder. She wants to still feel him inside her for some time, just like that. While she recovers to the next round. Hector's eyes are on another thing at this moment. Ding. Shago-Ortega relationship loyalty, 10/10. The next day, Shago wakes up feeling all sore in the right way and in the right places. Still with her eyes closed, she stretches herself and tries to reach for Hector at her side, but her hand only finds the open space of the bed. She sits down to look for him. Hungry? There's breakfast. She hears his voice close to the glass wall. He sat on a small table with food, observing the city below him. Only in his boxers. Shago turns to look at him, don't caring about her nudity. "Don't tell me that you went do some heroic thing while I was sleeping." "I do not went. I can do for here," he says, giving her an amused look before watching the city again. "Come eat something," he says softly. "Something in your mind?" She asks without getting out the bed. "A lot of things," he says nonchalantly. She can guess what he is thinking. "You spoiled my plan." She pouts. "What?" He turns to her. "I was planning on giving you a morning wake-up blowjob, and you go and wake up so early." She huffs, then she felt a breeze. When she looks again, Hector is not on the small table. She slowly turns to her side and there he is. Sleeping peacefully under the covers. "Zee." She shakes her head and laughs, especially after she notices his boxers falling on the ground only now. Well, everything is well when it ends well. She smiles predatorily before going under the covers to serve her man. Monday, Helena comes to Hector's house to eat together with them. Something that she always does. But the scene that she finds shocks her. In her weird life, this was probably on the top 10. "What the fuck?" She mutters slowly. Language. Surprisingly, who said that is Shago. Say it. And this is what is freaking Helena out. Shago is on Hector's lap acting all sweetly affectionate. "You're giving me the creeps," Helena comments, seeing Shago spoon-feeding Hector some food. "If you are unloved, don't come here to step on my vibe," Shago says, glaring at her before turning to Hector again. The glare disappears to a smile that blossoms on her face. "Even Hector is weirded out by you," Helena points out to the stone face Hector. "She is like that all day," Isabella comments. Cassandra only stares at them. "Not really. I think that this is what people call the honeymoon phase. She will get over that." Hector deadpans. He remembers an episode that Shago was hit by something that make her act like that in her cartoon. "I do not think so," she says, bopping his nose affectionately. "My love for you will only grow," she says sweetly. Blarg. Helena grabs a trash bin to throw up. Helena is now sitting leisurely in the living room eating some cold dessert. Hector just went out to do something. Shago accompanied him to his room before he teleported away. Helena has a pretty good idea of the why. When she comes back licking her lips, it only serves to confirm her suspicious. Helena pauses her eating to stare at her. Shago pauses too, before shrugging and plopping herself on the couch. "What? I can't let him go out pent up. Some skank can take advantage of that," she says, "and don't act disgusted like I spoiled your eating. Do you know he can make his spunk taste the same as this ice cream pie on your hand?" Shago comments with a smirk. Helena looks down at her dessert. "And put it away." Shago holds a laugh seeing her doing that. "I believe everything went well." Helena starts the conversation. "Yes. Perfect. As expected, right? That date was just a formality, really? To seal the deal." Shago comments animatedly. "Good. Did you guys solve everything? About other girls, I mean." Helena asks, "Nope. We didn't have time and I don't want to spoil the good mood with this talk." Shago comments a little more serious now, "But I can tell it's bothering him. You know how he is." Helena nods. He wants everything perfect, without loose ends. Maybe I should be the one that needs to broach the subject. Shago comments more to herself, maybe. And I will ask one last time to be sure. After you guys developed to this point, are you really okay with sharing? Helena asks, still in a little of disbelief. Shago pauses to think, yeah, I think I am. Some problems will arise, but overall I think I can do it. And knowing the guy, I don't think he will dick down everyone with breasts. This I can agree. He is very reserved. Helena says, probably will be the people that he will bring. The guy has trust issues, Shago comments looking at Helena. Maybe? Wanna get in? Shago finally asks, no. Are you sure? Don't want to do a test drive? A threesome? You can ride dick while I sit on his face? Shago says. Helena doesn't know if she is being serious or if she is messing with her. But it freaks me out how hot that sounded. Helena thinks while face-palming, don't want to ride him? Okay, you sit in his face instead. He can do things with his tongue, let me tell you. Vibrations and many others. Shago continues ignoring Helena's discomfort. Ugh, please stop. Helena groans. Shago really stops, but to laugh. She still remembers when Helena messed with her using Black Cat. It's just a little payback. But really, what's your deal, Helena? Are you gay? Bisexual? You can tell me, I don't judge. Shago says self-righteously. Helena shoots her a glare. I'm hetero. Well, can fluctuate, especially relative to the number of drinks. Helena confesses with a shrug of shoulders, I dated men and women. In truth, man and women. I only really dated one man seriously my whole life. She says with a distant look, and 2 girls. To this revelation Shago recoils, putting her arms to cover her body. She says scandalized, you saw me naked. She says exaggeratedly, I thought that you wouldn't judge. Helena deadpants, I lied obviously. Shago quips, ugh. I don't even know why I take you seriously sometimes. Helena groans, I mean you're bi. Doesn't this make things even better? Shago asks, genuinely confused, well, don't expect me to munch carpet. What I like is long, thick, veiny, and attached to Hector's waist. But I bet eventually all types of girls will gravitate around him. Shago advise. Helena looks done with her. I will stop. Let's change the subject. Shago relents, tell me about these relationships of your universe. There's still some unsolved knot in you by heart. She asks, faking innocence, not really. After staring at Shago for a while, Helena humors her, one was just a little more serious fling, one was bound to end tragically anyway, and the other, we are too much different. Helena says, I see. How was the only man in your life? Or you don't want to talk about it? After some time Helena finally says, Vic was a great guy. He was a vigilante too, going by the name of Question. A normal guy like me, but he was a very smart, brilliant detective, serious and with a huge sense of responsibility, a little paranoid. Very much paranoid. Seeing conspiracies everywhere. We hit it off, was nice, but the guy can't hold on to a relationship. Not even if his life depends on it. He creates problems when there's none. His vigilantism is more important than anything. She goes on and on. Shago watches her silently. What? Helena finally notices that Shago is giving her a strange look. I'm the only one seeing this. Shago asks her, a brilliant detective. She starts. Smart. Serious. Sense of responsibility. Paranoid. Girl, you're down bad for him. Admit. I can be your wing woman. Shago suddenly says, shut up. Helena groans. Black Cat POV. I calmly walk out of my meeting with these criminal bastards. Want me to steal something from your partners? Typical mafia behavior. Backstabbing. I have nothing against making you guys hate each other guts even more. I jump on a rooftop in an excellent mood. The dogs are scrabbling against each other while the cat plays. So this is what you've been doing? I hear the now familiar baritone and deep voice behind me, and here comes the hawk. I say, turning around with a smirk. Dogs are easy to fool, but this hawk is another problem. Idolin is close, not looking at me, he is looking at the many suspicious black cars moving away. Seriously, people? Black cars? Why don't use white vans too? So cliché. I move to get close to my favorite hero, having that usual skinship between us, but he surprisingly made a barrier between us. Weird, very weird. I remember that I saved your pretty ass from a criminal organization last time, and here you are, getting involved again. Or this is related to the last time. He asks with a frown, is something wrong with you? I ignore his statement and ask. He is different tonight, just not in the mood to play with a criminal. He says flatly, ouch? Is that what I am to you? Just a criminal? I act hurt, you act like one, so you will be treated like one. I don't know. He is being awfully cold today. He is not saying anything that he wouldn't say, but the way that he is talking and standing. What are you doing to them? It's not hard to guess, but you can confess now. He asks with narrowed eyes, come on, there's something called client confidentiality. I joke to him, but he is really not in the mood. It's about that joint account, huh? He asks fucking bullseye. How did this guy know this? The criminal bosses made a joint account to facilitate the laundry of money. The Russians, a guy called Kingpin and other people. But something happened and their happy little group arrived at the inevitable breaking point. Now some want a head start to backstab the others and asked me to steal the flash drives. Listen here, Black Cat. Idolin starts seriously, don't get involved with these people. Some of them are not the normal 2-bit criminals that you can deal with. He says a little more softly this time, before going back to being a block of ice. I said before that I would not arrest you if you don't hurt anyone or stole cultural relics. But this is also out of bounds. You mingle with them, I will treat you the same. He says a little harshly that I'm not proud to say that I recoiled a little. He turns around and starts floating away. I will not try to change you or anything. Do you get your kicks doing those dangerous things? Fine. But be aware of the line, Felicia. He says, using my name for the first time on the night, play stupid games, gain stupid prizes. He finishes before flying away. I watch the night sky for some time without moving. In some way, he is warning me of the risks. Still taking care of me in his harsh style. But he is in a bad mood, huh? Better stay out of sight. I also discovered that he is surprising a gentleman. I laugh to myself while removing the flash drive from between my breasts. He really didn't check there with his powers or whatever. I found his blind spot. I outsmarted Idolin. I laughed. But for some reason, I'm not happy. This encounter left a sour taste in my mouth. It's like we're back to square zero and I don't know why. No, my instincts are telling me the why. Another woman. My woman intuition is screaming to me. Third-person POV, Hector's residence. Later Shago finds Hector sitting on his chair, alone with his thoughts. I think we need to talk. He says seriously, already, the talk? She jokes and jumps on his lap. He laughs and takes some strands of hair off her face to give a peck on her lips. The early the better. We need to talk about the other girls. He says, so, you start or should I? Shago asks, she doesn't seem to be taking this conversation seriously. I should start. Hector says before taking a deep breath. This is harder than he thought would be. So he decided to go as usual and use bluntness. Shago, if you ask me now to be loyal to you, I will do that. He says seriously. Shago's torso backs a little so that she can stare at him, her face betraying her surprise. I could use the standard male excuses on this type of situation. Like, it's okay for me to have multiple women because it's on my instincts. Men, different from women, can easily pass their genes to multiple females at the same time, so is only natural. I'm an alpha male or some bullshit like that, so that I'm wired to not keep on my pants. And the classic? I'm too powerful and have too much stamina, you can't keep up with me. I need to go for other girls. In this last one, Hector chuckles. He then rolls his eyes and continues, these so self-declared alpha males love to say that they had a lot of willpower, discipline, or some other shit like that to explain how they are successful. but they don't have enough self-control to be loyal to only one woman. He scoffs, just admit that you're man-whore? Don't commit and be upfront. Even Frida Kahlo's husband said some shit like that. Like he being biologically incapable of being loyal. He rolls his eyes and scoffs again. Anyway, I'm sidetracking. What I'm trying to say is that, deep down I'm a little like these bastards. But I refuse to be lumped with them totally. He looks at her eyes. There's a reason why I delayed this inevitable relationship. The same reason that I don't actively pursue anyone in this world. Because it's convenient to me. He reveals, I know that I don't need to seek women. Especially only one. In the Omniverse, there's an uncountable of women that would accept share me. Because of how their worlds are or any other reason. So tying the knot early would limit me. Yes, I'm a dick. Hector says. Shago's mouth twitches a little. I like you, Shago. I don't know if I love you. I never loved anyone before. I have some crushes here and there too. What makes this whole thing even more confusing, but simplifying everything? I like you a lot. Enough to kill for you. He completes with finality, and be loyal to you. Really? Are you sure? She finally asks, I am. I thought about it. Relationships need some degree of commitment. And maybe in our long life, I can convince you eventually in some years. I have time. He gives her a sly smile. Sharing is caring after all. He laughs, she laughs too, and slaps him on his shoulder. But seriously, our relationship is one of a kind. So many things to explore together. We still don't know if you will like my curse of immortality. But I can dedicate my next 100,000 or whatever many years for you and only you, Shago. He declares, Shago hums contemplatively, thinking hard, you can have other women. No problemo. She finally says nonchalantly. Hector blanks while staring at her, woman, I literally bare my heart and thoughts to you. He deadpans, what more can I say? She raises her hands in the air and shrugs, I really don't mind. Sincerely, probably will be nice. You can have other women to support in things that I'm not good at or have no patience, and I can be the fun girl that you come to take on dates and have a good time. She says. Hector sighs, I really can't understand women. Shago, I'm saying that we can have this relationship only the two of us, to see how it develops. No need. She interrupts him. She stares at him like he is the weird one. Normally people would like to monopolize the one they like. Hector says, I can understand that, but the key word is normally. We are far from that. She says, using his own words, you have powers, you can deal with these things. But there are some conditions. She suddenly raises her index finger and even gets out of his lap. With her hands on her hips, she continues, I can accept other women, but not any woman. Half of the why I'm good with this is that I don't care about those social norms of monogamy or whatever. Bitch, please. And the other half is that I know that you're not gonna fuck anything with tits, right? She gives him a look. He nods. He has a lot of horny thoughts, but most of them will not be externalized. And even the people that he has hots for are a few. No normal random girl can catch his attention. So it's all good. But let me say something. When you go out there and have fun with someone, don't expect to have me all good and willing to a night of passion while you smell like some homewrecker. She declares with a teasing smirk. So you need to weigh your options, Hector? She climbs on his lap again. Slowly and sensually. Hugging his head, she whispers very close to his ear. Instead of having a fling with some cat burglar or a teenager redhead, wouldn't be much better to come home and have Shago take care of all of your carnal needs? She bits his earlobe, that is. He says slowly, smart. Indeed. In the end, his time is limited. He is a busy man. Yes, he meets a lot of hot women in this Marvel world. But he didn't develop any intimacy with them to the point of having a fling. Especially as an Eidolon. The need to take off the mask, or the risk of leaving bodily fluids is a good deterrent. As a Hector, Mary Jane was really a special case. Now, if he needs to choose any woman of Marvel or Shago, he will always choose Shago. That's reasonable and fair. If something happens, I will be transparent with you too. He declares. Now, the only thing to watch for is the inherent male urge of tasting new things occasionally. He jokes, if Pete can cheat on Shakira, no one is safe. She laughs, and you're disgusting good luck with women? And blaming your gender, huh? Convenient. She leans on his shoulder, my gender and race. A human male is very horny. I will blame everything on that. He jokes, to be worse than that only if I was Japanese. Why? They are the most perverted people on this planet, obviously. I fear and respect the Japanese. Hector makes an act of giving them a salute. Do you know that they have a word to that space between a short skirt or shorts and high knee socks? They name the bare thigh on that space, Zetai Ryoiki. Those people are on a whole other level. He nods to himself with a pensive expression. Shago laughs at his antics and useless knowledge. Must be because they're too repressed on that. With all that stuck-up society of theirs. They are closet perverts. Shago comments, maybe. Now let's go back to the more interesting subject. With whom you're gonna start? Shago teases him, but Hector puts serious thoughts about it. Now that this door is open, let's be a little more proactive. To the ones that I know like me and would accept sharing. Like Siko? Yes. And Helena? Shago looks at his eyes. She doesn't like me that way. Maybe, maybe not. The thing is that with a little effort on your part, you can make them, her and even Isabella, like you this way. He pauses. Maybe, but it's not like I need to dig every one of my female subordinates. I have a good thing going on with them. A nice friendship. Again, our circumstances could lead to this path eventually. We are tied for life after all. And probably for a long time. But let's take things easy. Here we go again with you going slowly. She huffs, everyone is different, Shago. It's not everyone that grabs someone by the collar and demands an attitude. Worked, right? I can't argue with the results. He chuckles. By the way, let me get this out the way now. She starts, I was talking with Helena, and don't expect me to munch carpet with any other of your girls. Hector's lips twitch. I wasn't hoping for that. He is interrupted. I mean, I can partake in some lesbo play to your enjoyment a little, but don't abuse. She warns, pointing at his face. Ha. Are you okay? He laughs. She notices that his gaze softens, looking at her. I'm a lucky man. He mutters, more to himself. Really, even Shago becomes a little bashful being stared at like that. Itchy. Yep, consider yourself lucky. You have me. She teases to avoid her own embarrassment. Yes. He agrees seriously. Shago, I can't promise you all of my love. But I can promise that the amount of love that I will give to you will be any less than any couple out there. I will protect and provide for you. You will not feel any less because of the nature of this relationship. Hector declares strongly, determination in his eyes, and the only thing that I ask in return is that you be loyal and respect me. The rest we work together. He says, caressing her cheek. I know that is a hypocrite of me for asking for loyalty, but this is a must. You don't even need to say. She says, giving a peck on his lips, but Shago is not one that like those serious moods to grow strong. To hide her own melted heart, she pushes him down. Flipping the chair, the two fell on the floor. I like this serious side of you too, she says in a husky and predatory tone. Hector teleports the two to his bedroom. Shago laughs when he throws her on the bed and she feels him above her. I think I figured you out. Let's try something different, okay? He smirks down at her. Oh, spicy what is? She asks, animated. I noticed that you're a very abrasive person and can be surprising lovey-dovey, Boet. He trails off, is not good on the receiving end of these lovey-dovey romantic things. His smirk widens. It can't be that you're embarrassed, right? He asks with a raised eyebrow. Of course not. She denies quickly. This time, let's not fuck. He declares. His hands go to her hands, their finger intertwining. Let's have a slow and gentle lovemaking session with lots of hand-holding. Exclamation point. He rips off their clothes telekinetically, under the covers. In missionary. The duvet covers the two. Lewd bastard. How dare you? She starts to struggle, but he is pinning her down with the lights off. He turns off the lights. You sick pervert. Just fuck me already. She tries to nudge him, arching her back and pushing her breasts at him, tempting him to go harder and rough with her. Tonight will be a very loving, wholesome session of passion, my love. He says slowly, close to her ear. He slowly sinks his dick into her, noticing that she is even tighter this time. Only someone like you can think on this debauchery. She tries to turn her head away, and tries to increase the pace of his thrusts, but he continues slowly and gently, kissing and worshipping her skin. He holds her hands above her head, he touches his forehead on hers. Ah, Shago, she can hear the teasing smirk on his voice. I love you. He says in a whisper. She comes on the spot. Then, it should have been me. Not him. Anyway, it finally happened. Just waiting for him to talk with Seiko and I can add the harem tag finally. Now let's talk about this and the last chapter. As expected, there were people that thought that the last chapter is unnecessary. Or filler. Or, why focus on MJ? Surprisingly, that was a minority. I thought more people would bullshit on the chapter. I'm glad. As I talked before, it's inevitable that some chapters will have many things happening and others will consist of only one big scene. This gives the impression a wrong impression. It's like when you read a chapter of a manga where is only an explanation of something or a flashback. Not happen, but it's about the build-up. Again, it's necessary and will pay off in the future. A smart reader pointed out that last chapter, it's possible to see the evolution of how the MC sees relationships. Yes, exactly. These two chapters are me laying the foundation of the future relationships of our MC. It's necessary in this modern world with modern morals. Do you want an example? I can give you a little spoiler. In the next gacha, the MC will gain a certain female character that it's a little of a wild card. And a good way to control her, it's making her fall for him. And a very shortcut to that, it's sleeping with her. There's a quote that I one day will use: everything in the world is about sex. Except for sex. Sex is about power. Seducing a female summon to make her relationship increase fast is very good. Especially if the summon is a villainess. But, before these two last chapters, you guys would be strange if Hector do that. Because he is not like that. But now, the foundation is established. The door is open. He will be more assertive. Thanks to the development of the last two chapters, will not be out of character if our MC uses sex and affection to put some crazy villainess in her place fast. And now another point. Mary Jane, to me, Mary Jane is a plot device. The character that opens the door for Hector being a little more accepting of Marvel girls. She is different from what he and you guys thought of her because of the meta-knowledge. A tool for the Hector-Shago relationship to get out of stagnation. And a character keep Hector life. Not only idolin, a little interesting. Yes, many of you guys don't like her. But remember that the same character can have many versions. Instead of thinking about the thought versions of MJ, think about the ones that are nice, supportive. The ones that stayed with Peter even when his life was turned upside down by the reveal of his identity. Or that one that rejected Spider-Man for the normal nerd Peter, making Peter reveal his identity. My author powers allow me to take what I want from the many versions of a character. Would be easy for me to take Xavier or Magneto's worst traits to make them villains. But I'm tired of seeing that in fanfics. I will take the real and reasonable characteristics of the characters. Not making them parodies of themselves to justify something or make things easy for my MC. Conflicts will happen, and maybe the MC's enemy has a point and are not totally wrong. Obviously, I will not make everyone super likable like in the MCU. People have flaws. Like Stark, who is not being shown in the story, but is having problems with alcohol right now. Is reasonable, right? Disney excluded that of his character, but during his PTSD from the invasion would be completely reasonable for this problem of his appearing again. This world is not PG-13. But I also will not make everything canon. Do you guys know that Felicia puked on Peter when she discovered that he was a minor? This is ridiculous. The writer's dude. There's a thin line on what used. to make the most realistic version of a character. I'm trying to do it right. That's all for today. To those that don't like the happy-go-luck chapters, the next one takes a dark turn. Time for the Kingpin to die. Let's see the dark side of our dual moral MC. Till next time. The Evil Within disclaimer, I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. The true nature of man left to himself without restraint is not nobility but savagery. Stephen James. Fair warning, this chapter contains heavy topics. If you're sensitive, just skip it and wait for the recap in the next chapter. Whatever, I know that all of you guys will read anyway. But be warned. Recap. The guy started his harem. Hector POV Hector's residence, living room, but the endeavor has caused divided opinions between the population. The reporter on the TV says, and I pause what I'm investigating to watch, even if the majority agrees that it's necessary. The construction of a prison for superpowered people so close to New York doesn't make its citizen totally comfortable. Finally building the raft, huh? I watched the TV where the president and Tony Stark are on a stage talking about the project, assuring everyone that the prison will be safe. Red flag, by the way. I sip at my cold drink while watching the show. The raft is a good idea overall. It's needed really? But so close to civilians? Well, I wouldn't say anything if the security it's really airtight, but with the level of technology of the government today. TSK, well, whatever. Stark, Reed, Pym, and ELD should be capable of doing something passable. I personally would create a prison on a meteor, but works for me this way too. I just need to put some of my people there. Look at them using my name. Saying that the raft will be built at a reasonable distance to allow the heroes to react in case of any mishap. Heroes like the Avengers and Eidolon? Dude, if you want to use my name, call me to the club. I would project this prison better than any of you guys. You all can debate who is smarter between us, but I bet no one can beat me in making contingency plans and fail-safes in this world. Maybe this is an opportunity to humble them. And I take a close look at Stark. Even through his sunglasses, I can see that he is not all right. Someone is stressed. As expected. Oh, is he hungover? I see. I can only sigh. Let's go back to what I was doing. I worry about other people later. Even if I want to help now, will be unwanted and unappreciated. I press the hidden button on my chair to open the hollow screens again. Letting the TV with the speech of the president as ambient sound, I continue to investigate Hydra. A fast course on how to investigate people? Observe them. Simple, huh? In the case of an organization like that, where I want to know the whole and I only have some broken pieces of the edge of the puzzle, I need to put in a little more effort, but it's not impossible. There's no perfect crime with normal means. So there's no way that you guys can cover the existence of something like Hydra perfectly. Every action has a risk, but you guys need to act, right? Putting everyone in that secret facility under surveillance, I watch their every step, study their routines, and note down their relationships. If that scientist is also a co-leader in a research project in Hammer Industries, that means that there's a high chance more people on there be part of Hydra too. And then you find it, and then another that connects with a research in NASA, and another that connects with an ambassador of a country, and another that connects with a police force there. Observing the web unravel and a clear picture appears in my eyes. And if I need to point, a common denominator would be this supply company. They deliver daily necessities into the facility during fake voyages. Not everyone can be completely self-sufficient like me, they still need to receive things from the outside. And black cars and copters are a little too conspicuous. And if this company delivers to this secret facility, it means that delivers to others too. And that's how I found others of the same type. It's a bit of Herculean effort, like having to draw a tree with an infinite number of branches. You draw one and then there are another 4 to draw in the same branch. But I will get there. Well, look what I have here. Telepathy is not one of my favorite powers for nothing. I can see what cameras see, hear calls, read messages, and hack through things easily. The thing is that Earth's level of technology is too low, so it's too easy for me to do what I want. Like I'm in a Watch Dogs game. Obviously, there are exceptions. People with real defenses that even if I and Cortana can invade, would alert them. Like Doom, Reed, he is a little careless, Wakanda, and others. The thing is, I just catch an interesting sight through a cell phone's camera of one of the people that I'm investigating. A certain someone was supervising the discharge of a cargo on a subterranean cave on a remote island in Japan. Someone that I know from my meta-knowledge. Ophelia Sarkisson, Madam Hydra, or Viper. Gotcha, I say to myself while preparing to keep tabs on her. Another big shot caught on my echolocation. Yes, it's a bat reference. I think was too much to hope to catch Strucker or the Red Skull himself, if he is alive, but now is only a matter of waiting for her to contact other big shots. But why is she in Japan? Let me think. That's the other thing about investigating. Beyond watching people, you need to have a base knowledge. Good enough to catch the clues when they present themselves to you. Like Sherlock, the guy knows a lot of trivia that looks useless but allows him to see things that others don't. Like knowing that someone plays golf because of the callus on their hands, and then deduces that he played on a determined field because the other is closed, and then that field is only open at a certain time, because he knows everything, and then the alibi of the guy is fake and he is not playing golf, he is an assassin that uses swords or some shit like that. Now let's apply this here. The cargo that she is secretly receiving looks like medical equipment, but there are some raw materials hidden there. I changed the screen to show me the routes of the ship and then enclosed the map to the places that this ship could travel in this time frame. They can't look suspicious by delaying the Real deliveries, after all. Let's see what has on this circle. Yashida Corporation. If I remember well, they are a little obsessed with Wolverine, right? Yashida Ichiro wants to live forever or something like that. He is the guy that Logan saved from the nuke, shielding him with his body. And they have adamantium. I see, everything falls in place. They are supplying Hydra with adamantium in exchange for high-level medical equipment to keep the guy alive. But it's really him that is doing this business? From what I investigated, after Seiko's fight with the prototypes of the Silver Samurais at that time, Ichiro is bedridden and his son Yashida Shurgen that is in charge. So maybe the son wants to keep the father alive at any cost. Japan and German are together in World War II, maybe some contacts are maintained after their defeat, and Hydra infiltrated. I can't even blame them, America hired Nazi scientists simply because they were valuable assets. I say, there are no eternal enemies or allies. Only interests. Maybe Hydra supplied Yashida with Chitauri technology. The Silver Samurai's prototype exostructure remembered a little the Chitauri. And I remember that there's a Silver Samurai. A person wearing an adamantium samurai armor, not a robot. So this is his origin? I hum to myself while watching the screens. I tap my finger in the back seat while considering my next move. Should I go destroy this partnership now? But I don't want to alert Hydra before they try to take over S.H.I.E.L.D. I have a plan and if it goes well S.H.I.E.L.D. will be in my pocket. I can continue to only observe, but I need to observe more carefully. To me, there's no problem if Hydra is getting adamantium. What are they gonna do with it? A sword to kill me? Would need someone as strong as the Hulk. A power armor? A robot? Good luck with it when I have Cortana and if everything goes well, in some moments I will have Omega-level electromagnokinesis. Obviously, I will not let these things to chance. If the world is a chessboard, you can only predict many moves ahead if you know how the pieces move. And the pieces, people, move according to their motivations, interests, ideals, and others. Yashida and Ophelia Sarkisson. They are the pieces on this part of the board. I can already guess what the Yashidas want. But what about Ophelia? I don't know much about her. Is she totally loyal to Hydra? Like a devout? Or she is using Hydra for her interests? How is her personality? As a fun fact, when I used the background customization card to bring Shago here, her already written backstory said that Shago would be her daughter or something like that. They would break out at some point, like Shago and Team Go, and Shago would be a mercenary for hire. Sincerely makes sense. The two are very similar. Moyakadon. I shake my head to dispel the thought, I will probably kill Ophelia in the future, no need to have fantasies. Yes, the dark lipstick gets me going. But I already have Shago. Anyway, Let's go investigate what those guys are doing. Maybe they're making a bomb or some dangerous shit after all. I say, standing up. It's not because I will only watch for now that I can't watch very closely. No chances will be given. Be honored that I'm going personally, Viper. And I need to register her in this siege, Power 2. At this moment, a ping attracts my attention. It's a notification on my special phone, but as I'm connected with it through technopathy, I can receive it directly in my mind too. Cortana normally filters those things, like warning me of disaster happening. But this is on my phone, going directly to me, so it's important. Why it's important? It's a signal from help from one of my people. Cathal who? He pressed the help button on his collar. I turn around, observation hockey, and allow me to locate Cathal easily. That's fucked up. I say, frowning while assessing the situation. I need to go there personally. Third-person POV. Hector gets off his car on a street some blocks away from his home. Hector is the one arriving at the site. He judged that would be for the best. Acting like is not his plan to stop at that place, he pulls over and left the car in a little hurry to check on his pet Cathalhu that is on a sidewalk. Cathalhu is okay. But the same can't be said for the other cats. Two are agonizing on the ground and the other is already dead. Did someone hurt your friends? Hector asks while Cathalhu goes around him, meowing a little distressed. Crouching down, he easily identifies the problem, poison. And he also can smell the same scent coming from Cathalhu's snout. But Cathalhu is an alien cat that can eat anything. Some earthly poison is not different from any food to him. Making sure that no one is watching, Hector touches the two cats whose lives are hanging on a thread. The two cats didn't even have enough strength to run and struggle from this stranger. Thankfully, Hector can talk with animals and be understood by them. Even hockey helps to pass your intentions to animals too. So the cats relax under his touch. Utilizing Inuyashiki abilities, Hector discreetly breaks down the molecules of the poison in their system and activates enzymes, rendering the substance inoffensive. After that, he helps a little with the cell regeneration, making them recover faster. Now they're much better. Before, the stray cats are foaming by their mouths, wheezing and spasming slightly. You guys are a little weak now, but will recover, he says, taking some snacks from his pockets to help them. He preferred to not help them miraculously and will be a good lesson to not go eating anything. A lesson that they don't seem to learn because they accept his food easily, but he will look away for now. There's also another reason for letting a little of the poison on their bodies. He stands up with Cathalhu balancing himself on his forearm, his other arm caressing the fur of his pet. He sniffs the air and locates where the poison came from. That house. He side glances. His gaze passes some blocks and focuses on a rundown house 2 blocks away. Inside he can see the only resident. Cortana. Already on it, master. His AI understands his intentions easily. In his vision, like he is in some sort of game, a HUD appears. The image of the resident together with everything that Cortana can find. It's even more easy for people that put their lives on social media. Unfortunately, the resident is an old white man that has no relatives, so he didn't facilitate Cortana's job of investigating his life. But it's not a problem. She shows Hector his medical history, criminal record, traffic record, jobs. The man had some problems with the police in the past because of fights and even domestic violence with his late wife, worked on power lines till an accident retired him. Hector can say that was negligence on his part. Now he needs to use meds to alleviate the pain in his hip from that accident. In 5 seconds Hector can guess the whole picture. A bitter old white trash that has his sleep disturbed by the cats doing God knows what at night. A male Karen. Hector calms Cathalhu, that wants to eat the responsible, while he enters the car. In his mind, which is connected to his phone, he dials the numbers of the local animal protection agency and even the police to report the case anonymously. Hector then hums to himself while he retracts some drugs from his sky poison pearl. Planting evidence. I'm really a law enforcer. He jokes to himself before going to work. From his hero activities, he has a lot of FO drugs that he apprehended. He has a plan to recreate these drugs, with the same effect but none of the downsides. Must be good to take over the criminal underworld. But this is a project that is very low on the list of priorities. Very low. But now these samples will be useful to give some trouble to the guy. Minneapolis A traffic stop is being conducted by a police officer. The officer is asking for the standard documents with his hand in his holster. It's better that I say it already, but I have a firearm on me, officer. The driver says a little nervous. Don't reach out for it then. The officer answers, shifting his posture, it's in the gloves compartment. With the documents, the driver tries to explain, don't pull it out. The officer says, holding his gun now and speaking more harshly, I'm not pulling out. The driver says weakly, don't pull it out. The officer says, with the gun already in his hands and not. Even a second passed, and for some reason, the situation escalated to the point where the police officer is already firing his gun at the driver. Luckily, faster than anyone could see, the cop's hand is held and moved to point to the sky. It's awkward how the nervous cop almost emptied his gun in the air. A half dozen of bullets that was directed at the driver. Idolin's eyes narrow while boring into the police officer's one. No one saw him coming, but suddenly he was there, holding the cop's hand in a vice grip. I was passing by when you caught my attention, so I decided to stick around for a little. Glad I did, huh? Idolin says in a flat tone, but showing that he is slightly angry. He was reaching for Dash. The police officer starts saying to Idolin, shut up for a second. Idolin interrupts him. It does not even need 1 second for him to access the situation. The accelerated heartbeat of the cop, the fact that the passengers, the driver and his girlfriend, are black, the whole exchange. This, Idolin starts saying and moves the hand holding the gun of the officer to signal what he is talking about, kills people. The officer gulps. If you let your emotions get the better of you so fast, you shouldn't be carrying this. I will not accuse you of anything. Idolin says flatly, for now. At the same time, Idolin is already getting the information of the police officer to get him out of his job. Doesn't matter if it was racial profiling, if he was nervous, or inexperience on his part. Idolin judged that the guy shouldn't be carrying a badge and a gun around. Continue your job. I will be here. Idolin releases his hand a little harshly and crosses his arms over his chest and simply waits. Documents, please. The officer continues, awkwardly turning to the driver, trying to ignore the presence of the hero. This time, the driver can open his glove compartment to retrieve them. The gun was there, but he ignores it and gives the officer the documents. The situation is more than awkward now. After giving a warning because of the stoplight, the officer goes on his way, finishing his job. Are you guys okay? Idolin asks, lowering himself to look through the window. The driver takes a huge breath with his hand on his heart, still clearly nervous. We are right now. Thank you, Idolin. You saved me. He says gratefully, no need to thank me. That was something that you shouldn't be having to deal with in the first place. The hero comments. Is the firearm really necessary, my friend? He asks after some seconds. No being reproachful or anything. My neighborhood. It's not the safest place. The driver confesses slowly. Idolin nods slowly in understanding and sighs. Be careful then. Again, you shouldn't have to pass by all of this. But be careful, my man. Be cautious. Put your hands out the window. I don't know. Sucks that you need to go through these extra steps, but you only have one life. We don't know who is on the other side. Idolin advises. The driver nods. There's really no need to say the real reason why the police officer so quickly went to violence. And don't worry. That guy's days using that uniform are over. I will make sure of that. He says with a last goodbye. Idolin sends the couple away. In Idolin's vision, his HUD already shows everything about the officer from early and many other cases about Happy Trigger's cops that are under investigation for similar cases. Another job to Anonymous, he says before shooting out to the sky. England, I thought that social media is a two-edged sword, but I start to think that is more of a cancer. Idolin comments casually, ignoring the youngster that has his hand tied in the corner of the room. Idolin just passed to help through a case of home invasion, just to arrive and discover that is a stupid boy doing some prank on the internet. Now, he is waiting for the police to arrive, so he and the family give their testimony. Come on, mate. It's just a prank. The teenager tries to argue. In a prank, everyone, including the victims, would laugh afterward. Idolin gives the teen his glare. Do you see me laughing now? The guy almost recoils from being stared down like that. Idolin is a little annoyed with this brat. The guy entered the home like he owned the place, scaring the family, including the small children. This already would make Idolin look down on such an inconvenient fella, but what worsened his opinion of the boy was his other videos. In Idolin's line of sight, a dozen of videos showing his other pranks are being broadcasted to him. Stealing a woman's dog and running away, harassing people in the streets, and even approaching people at night to say that he would kill them. That was his idea of a funny prank. Idolin also notices that he always goes for the elderly and women. Mike Tyson once said that social media made people too comfortable in being disrespectful without getting a punch in their face. Idolin comments, "You only do these things because the people here are very well-mannered. If this is in America or any other country, you probably would get shot." Idolin warns him. And he is not kidding. So what if in your head you're doing some harmless prank? A guy sees you invading his home, with his wife and children in danger. The prankster would be happy if he gets out with some bruises. If he gets out. Blood, it's not that serious. The teen tries to argue, shouldn't you be doing some serious shit out there? Why focus on me? It's because I'm black. Now this made Idolin pause to give the guy a look again. He was ready to say something about trying to put the kid on the right path. It's not about being a minor occurrence. It's about respect. The guy is too disconnected from reality and values meaningless things. It's the future of a youngster that still has a chance to turn around. But the soft approach was thrown out the wind at this moment. Idolin stands up and telekinetically brings the guy to float at his face. Listen here, boy. Idolin start, their face close. Don't play the victimization card with me. People really die because of racism. They have very hard lives because of that. I will not allow you to banalize that. All of this is on you. As individual, you're a horrible person. That's the truth. It has nothing to do with your color. The boy is shivering and is shell-shocked right now. Maybe this was the first time that someone didn't enable his bullshit. And it came from Idolin of all people? 2 minutes till the police arrive? Let's speed up Idolin's version of scared straight. The hero says before grabbing the teen by the shoulder and disappearing with him before the police arrived, they came back. The teen is much more withdrawn when he went with the police. With a distant look. It's unknown what Idolin said or did with him. To where they go or what they see. This case received repercussions in the media. Many criticize Idolin and showed worry about what he did. The teen on his side, even after giving an interview, never revealed Idolin's method, but he said that he is gonna try to do better and deleted all of his social media accounts. It was not his usual pep talks but worked nonetheless. In a certain police station, I'm telling you, officer, this is all a misunderstanding. A middle-aged woman says slowly to the cop across the table. Someone attentive would notice her condescending tone in the way she talks. My girl is passing through a problematic phase. She wants attention. You know how these teenagers are. They think they are the center of the world. A teenage girl is at her side. She spots vacant and distant eyes that look to nowhere in particular. She appears that she is not even listening to the conversation. Ms. Anderson, her accusations of sexual abuse for the part of you, boyfriend? The officer talks seriously and tired, husband. The woman corrects, he is my husband now. Okay, but he is not her father, right? The cop asks, well, that's true. But he was her stepfather since she was a little girl. The police officer sighs and looks apologetically at the girl. He doesn't know who is right or wrong in that story. He said that he will need to call the husband for interrogation and talk with the girl alone. It's hard to go forward with these cases when the legal guardian is not cooperative. He can only hope the girl has some concrete proof so that they can acquire a warrant to investigate the house. You really don't believe me, huh? The girl says suddenly, her voice despondent. The mother turns to her. This is not the first time that you create trouble like that. She says before turning to the officer, She has been having fights at school. She is hanging around with some influence. She says as if explaining something trivial, giving excuses. Taking all the blame off her shoulders. I'm not lying. The girl says with more heat this time, but you like him more than me. You prefer to believe in him. A stranger. Over your own daughter. She starts half shouting, half despairing. If you didn't have that history as a troublemaker, maybe your story would be more credible. But I know that you're jealous of him. The mother tries to placate her daughter, in the same condescending tone. The fuck, I'm jealous of him. The girl shouts, he raped me. He has been doing that since I was 8 years old. Tears are forming in her eyes at this point. Her voice growing hoarse. That's a serious accusation, Joanna. He told me that you two discussed it because he asked you to do your homework, get out of your phone and other things. But you can't say those things just to create trouble for him. The mother tries to say but is interrupted. This is what you want to believe you're stupid woman. You just want to live in your fantasy of a perfect family and don't want to admit that has horrible taste in men. The girl shouts bitterly, look here, I'm your mother. You owe me respect. And if he has been doing that for so long, why are you only saying this now, huh? The woman crosses her arms and acts like she cornered her own daughter, because I was a kid. I didn't even understand what he was doing with me. And then, I'm ashamed. This is not the first time I told you. The girl covers her face with her hands to cry. The mother looks shocked. Well, I will confront him then. Let's go home and I will make sure of the truth. No need to involve the police without reason. Even amidst her sobs, the girl snorts in disbelief. She goes to dry her tears with her hands and looks like she gave up on arguing with her mom. Unwilling, accepting the situation. Excuse me for the interruption, a voice says in a flat tone, attracting the attention of the people in the office. The three individuals turned to follow the voice and find Eidolon, standing there with his arms crossed under his mantle. But I can solve this matter easily, Eidolon says calmly. He extends his hand from under his mantle. The lasso of truth around his forearm. The other three people show different degrees of shock when realization down to them. The husband is that one with the blue shirt in the common room, right? It's the last thing Eidolon says to them before walking out of the office. He is not gonna use the lasso on the girl. Wait, the mother says, but Eidolon ignores her and continues to walk away. She stands up to follow the hero. The girl and police officer do the same. They arrive and find a scene of Eidolon already confronting the husband. Then you just need to answer my questions. Eidolon says calmly to the man that was waiting. The rest of the people around stop what they're doing to pay attention. I find this very degrading, I can't cooperate with that. The man argues a little nervous. No, very nervous. But he is hiding reasonably well. Eidolon tilts his head to the side a little. I didn't ask for your permission. He says as a matter of fact before the lasso of truth envelopes the man. You can't do that. I have rights. The husband shouts, are you all not gonna do anything? He tries to appeal to the cops nearby. Eidolon takes his time to let him talk. He is only looking more guilty this way. In truth, a cop steps up to try to talk Eidolon out of this, saying that was a little too forceful and could fuck up with his reputation. But a side glance from Eidolon makes him stop in his tracks quickly and shut up. What is my reputation close to her suffering? Eidolon turns to stare at the husband again. His eyes change to the all-seeing eyes of God and his stare grew even colder. And this is only a formality. To me, the truth is clear. He comments now. Answer the questions. The lasso starts to shine. The husband looks up fearfully. Did you sexually abuse the daughter of your wife? Eidolon asks directly at the point. Yes. There's not even a little of a struggle. The answer is squeezed out of his mouth easily and fast. Gasps are heard around them. When did this start? How young she was? He continues, 8 years ago. She was 8. The guy says wheezing. The mood gets even heavier. The girl sits down on the ground, leaning on a wall, and starts crying. The mother looks like her soul left the body. After that, Idolin asked if he did the same with anyone else and even asked if there were some proofs and where. Surprisingly, that was the first time he exteriorized this behavior, but there are pictures and videos of the girl when she was younger, and of other girls that he acquired in whatever way by the internet. Idolin retrieves the lasso and disappears. Some seconds later, he comes back holding a laptop and a hard drive. "I hope that you can take from here," he says to the officer of the highest level, giving him the proof. The other party nods seriously. Idolin then gives a look at the mother. She was still there, staring at the void. She didn't even go to console or ask for forgiveness for her daughter. He simply can't let this woman get scot-free this way. He rightfully guessed that this one of these people that value their reputation and social image a lot. Not all people deserve to be parents, Idolin says, looking at her with disgust. His words jolt her awake and she recoils from his and the others' gaze. She moves her hand to her face and starts crying. "Don't start with your crocodile tears," Idolin says without pity. "I know that deep down you knew the truth, but you want to keep with the appearances. You don't want to admit that you made a bad choice, so you blamed your daughter?" His eyes bore into her, the all-seeing eyes patterns revolving around his pupils. "I can see your ugly heart and soul from miles away," he says, looking at her like she is filthy. After that, he turns away and disappears, already contacting Saul to go help the daughter. Indonesia right now. Idolin is in a brothel, completely still. Under his mask his face is stone and his eyes are pure ice as he looks at the scene before him. In his right hand, he keeps a man in a steel grip by the neck. The man screams and struggles, but he would have more luck fighting against a house. Idolin is using a lot of willpower to not squeeze tighter and end this scum here and there. The other occupant of the room is screaming and moving frantically too. Idolin decides to throw the man out of the room by the door, to try to maybe pacify the other occupant. And he is not trusting himself to not kill him at this moment. "Shh, calm down, dear. I'm not gonna hurt you," Idolin says in the softest voice he could. He is using Ani voice, because the other occupant is an animal. The situation that made even someone like Idolin disgusted is of a female orangutan that was kept captive here. In this brothel. It's a tremendously sorry sight. She was tied to the wall, coiling herself as small as possible, trembling and whining between some screams. Idolin's blood freezes and boils when he gives a step forward and she instinctively shakes her hips like waiting for a client. "Yes, client." This female orangutan is kept here as a sexual slave, to be used by men that don't have enough money to pay for a woman. Forced to sell her body by some lousy some that would buy some candy. She was shaved constantly with a razor, and they put heavy makeup and dresses on her. It's all right. Idolin tries to soothe her with many powers, trying to show he has no ill intent. After some time, Idolin succeeds in calming her down. He carries her away in his arms while doing a medical checkup. Already called the authorities to solve the rest. When he was leaving, he was stopped by the culprits and some other people. The clients and residents of the neighborhood. They got in his way, shouting some things that he doesn't care to hear. He doesn't even need to say anything to make them shut up and fall on their butts in fear. His eyes start to glow red, steam coming from them because of the humidity of the air. "I don't want to stay not even one extra second in this pigsty," he says and continues walking. All of them get out of his way, scurrying like rats. Some with more presence of mind try to run away. But Idolin continues to walk calmly toward them and an invisible pressure envelopes everyone, paralyzing them. With each step the pressure increases, making the people lay down flat face on the ground. Even people a little away felt that and fell to their knees. This neighborhood is all accomplices. All of them knew. Some windows and walls crack while Idolin walks to the exit. Finally, on the street, Idolin stops and looks around. His gaze swept through everyone who was watching the spectacle. "It's because of people like you all that sometimes I think in letting the villains win," he confesses before disappearing to meet the people of the Animal Protection Group. The police already arrived. "You are all sick of the head," Idolin says to the group of men kneeling in this auditorium. "You can't do that." Someone shouts, "This is a free country." Another one exclaims Eidolon stares at them in almost disbelief, but using your freedom to proclaim that boys can consent to be in a relationship with you all is disgusting. I'm starting to understand those villains that want to dominate the world. Eidolon comments he just arrived at a reunion of NAMBLA, the North American Man/Boy Love Association. People really use their free speech right to say things like that. Eidolon is ready to arrest everyone. He has enough dirt on them because many keep underage porn in their homes. And the ones that didn't go that far? Eidolon will plant evidence without losing any sleep. Just because you don't understand us, doesn't mean we are wrong. Another tries to argue, yes, love is love. Another says Eidolon look at them, seriously thinking in mind break everyone here. To make them live in a mental institution forever. But he holds himself back knowing the treatment that they will receive in prison will be more fitting. He looks at them, treating them as dirt on the ground, and water is water. Why didn't you drink from the toilet? Being a hero is not all glamour. That is a conclusion that everyone that stops to think for a second can achieve. Obviously, there are good sides, seeing the change that your actions bring to other people's lives and the world. Knowing that you made a difference to someone. And if you're into that, the fame and attention. But if you go to be a real hero, wanting to use your abilities to solve the problems of humanity, it's inevitable that you would meet filth enough to reach the top of your head. And Eidolon doesn't mind diving into this swamp of evil created by humanity. To him, a real hero will not only choose the convenient and easy problems to help and get involved. He has a large range of abilities and he plans to solve everything he can. Because of that, he rings the bell of a certain inconspicuous home in the suburbs of a city in Kentucky. Yes. An old brown-skinned man opens the door to ask what he wants. The eyes of the old man widen seeing Eidolon in his front door. But this is all he has time to do before Eidolon's hand shot and grips his neck. Samuel Little, right? Eidolon asks already knowing the answer, time to pay. This old defenseless man is a serial killer with a kill count of at least 90 victims. All of them are women. He was smart enough to make many of the victims' death look like accidents. Even when he brutally attacked them, he was living unpunished, till now. Eidolon connects the dots and found him. Now with him to confess, he can easily solve the mystery and find all the unknown victims' bodies. And this is not the only retired serial killer that Eidolon found this week. He arrived in a small house, where John Gacy lives normally and without problems. This one targeted young boys in his youth. And he sexually abused all of his victims too. He worked as a clown, making shows and selecting his targets. Then he would offer a private show and handcuffs them, saying that was part of the trick. Then he would rape his victims and strangle them. But now, justice arrived. These cases obviously shocked and disgusted the world. The message that no criminals are safe was spread around the world. Crimes of the past will resurface no matter what. The image of Eidolon excavating the remains of the children that are buried becomes engraved in everyone's minds. His solemn and disappointed look. Everyone felt that, like is some sort of collective responsibility hitting them. Eidolon don't give interviews, just did his job efficiently. Solving all sorts of horrible cases around the world. Pedophile priests, small conflicts in Africa where people are mutilated, slavery with extra steps where employers hold the passports of despaired immigrants, drug cartels, militias in favelas, and grabbed a lot of dirt of white-collared important people. Night of New York. The world is constantly changing. Wilson Fisk says while looking at the night sky of the city from his penthouse. He is feeling restless these days. His bad luck season stopped. But Eidolon has been even more active these days and so he was keeping his head low for now. But apparently, Eidolon is focusing on other things now, so maybe he can restart some projects. The creation of supervillains is going well. That was Wilson Fisk's plan before he hears a voice behind him. Finally! He doesn't have the time to turn around before he falls on the floor unconscious. Without his body to obstruct the view, now is possible to see Eidolon standing there behind him. Looking down on him without pity. You assume from here. Eidolon says to anyone in particular before shadows in the ground swallow the kingpin and he slowly starts sinking too. Johann Liebert emerges from the dark corner of the room. "I will not disappoint," he says with a flourish bow and a smile. Eidolon then throws a ring at him before disappearing. Johann stays alone for some time, holding the ring. Then he puts it on and suddenly he is the Kingpin. Now, time to orchestrate the slow fall of the Kingpin and the others of his type. Then the monster can control the criminal underworld. He hums to himself before he walks away too. "Are you going in like that?" Shago asks, a little unsure, seeing Hector in his normal civilian identity walking through the corridors of the Infinity Castle. Eidolon is a hero. This is something that Hector needs to do. Hector says without even looking at her, his cold face turns to the door. He removes his glasses and shirt and walks to the secret room where his prisoner is located. Hector is entering. But who will leave? He asks himself while entering the room. Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, wakes a little groggy but recovers fast. He is not any two-bit criminal, even if it has been a long time since he was the one on the receiving end. He knows when someone was captured and is in a bad spot. But the fact that he woke up and is alive is a good sign at least. He thinks. He stays still, feigning being unconscious while trying to assert the situation. He notices that his arms are chained to a wall. Separated on each side, in this case, allow a surprising range of movements. His captors are lax in this aspect. Moving his head slightly in this poorly lit room, he identifies another someone. The room has no windows, only a door on one wall and on the other wall many cold weapons like clubs, axes, swords. The other person in the room doesn't pass the vibe of a captor to Fisk, so he slowly raises himself, checking his body with his hands. "Who are you, boy? Where are we?" he asks in an authoritarian tone. He wants any information that he can acquire. He deduced that maybe that was another captive. Maybe some son of a politician. But he receives no answer from the other person. "Are you deaf, boy?" He shouts angrier, standing up to full height, trying to intimidate the other party. The calm eyes that are looking down on him look up now, but otherwise, there's no change on them. The other person just continues to stare at him, unblinkingly. At this point, Fisk notices that things may not what it looks at first sight. He stops to take a good look at the other person. He is leaning back at the wall, his arms crossed over his bare chest. He is only using sweatpants, muscular to the age that he shows. Handsome too, with black curly hair and clear blue eyes. He is not in chains or anything. Fisk remembers that the world is a little crazy and even an unsuspecting teenager can be something else, something more. When he was ready to open his mouth again, the other person says something for the first time. "You don't even recognize me," he says softly, more to himself. He was confused by the other party's words. Fisk racks his brains trying to remember the boy. But he doesn't have luck, especially after the youngster put his right hand over his face, a strange motion of someone that wants to hide or control their emotions would do. Then his shoulders start trembling slightly, and for an instant Fisk thought that he was crying, till he starts hearing the muffled chuckles coming from his face. Who, what I'm expecting really? That's a one-sided thing after all, he says to himself between a laugh. A laugh that grows louder with each word, exclamation point. Fisk sees the man's grip on his own face tighten till blood is starting to pour from where his nail is digging into his flesh. Ha. A little horrified, he watches the man claw his face from side to side, for huge gashes marring his previously pretty face from side to side, bloody paints the rest like a mask. Then he stops, and lowers his hand. Under the blood leaking out from the 4 diagonal wounds that go from one side of his face to the other, his eyes are clear. Looking directly at the Kingpin. It's a little disturbing. The clear blue pupils under all that red, like a war painting of some warrior. Maybe is a war painting. A war that is raging inside Hector right now. There is no satisfaction in vengeance unless the offender has time to realize who it is that strikes him and why retribution has come upon him. Hector finally says calmly, his face impassive, it's a quote from Arthur Conan Doyle. He talks like this is a normal conversation. "So you're the one that brought me here?" The Kingpin realizes, "What is your goal, boy? Revenge? That's it? That will not end well for you." He threatens, Hector continues to stare at Fisk impassively. Then he allows his healing factor to kick in. The 4 big gashes on his face start to close and the blood starts to evaporate. This put another stone to weight in the Kingpin's mind. Things are not really as simple as it seems. I dreamt of this encounter for months. Hector starts slowly and calmly. I can't sleep without before imagining killing you and how I'm going to do it. Every night. Fucking night. His face starts morphing into one of anger before he controls himself, and he ends the phrase more calmly. It's like watching a volcano trembling, ready to enter an eruption. Starting and stopping, pausing, delaying the inevitable. I tried forgetting about it and moving on. I swear for everything that I love that I really tried. Maybe this is why I delayed so much to get you. So part of me hoped that I'm a better person, and with time I could let it go. Forgive and forget. Hector looks at his hand for a second before moving his eyes to the Kingpin again, but I can't. And the funny thing is that you don't even know who I am. He chuckles again. That's the reason for his hysterical laugh earlier. How funny was that? A crooked smile appears on his face before he controls himself again. Boy, you're right. You just won more. Wilson Fisk starts saying, for some reason he is afraid, but he can't allow himself to show that. Do you know how many people come to me for revenge? You will end up just like them. You're not the first and will not be the last. He says while cracking his knuckles, looking very intimidating. And once more, there's no reaction from Hector. The way that he looked at Fisk makes the criminal boss uncomfortable. Maybe. Hector finally says mysteriously. He continues, sincerely, I don't care. And simply killing you in your sleep would be meaningless. He narrows his eyes at the king. So let's play a game. The crooked smile appears once again for an instant before being suppressed. Like Hector knows some joke that the Kingpin was unaware. But the Kingpin is happy in his mind. You idiot. Yes, play as many games as you want. I will make you regret not killing me when you have a chance. He thinks in his mind but did not say anything. Ready for a game of life and death? Hector asks. The Kingpin snorts, death doesn't scare me, boy. In my line of business, she is always present. He says confidently, stretching his body slightly. Ready for a fight. That's a good mindset to have. I would praise you if I didn't know that you're talking more about the death of others and not yours. Hector says, but I think she would scare you very, very much. He snaps his fingers and the door opens. Horror starts to appear on Wilson's face when he sees Vanessa Mariana enters the room in a wheelchair. The wheelchair is moving without help and stops close to Hector. Some medical devices are attached to the body of the woman, showing her vitals. You son of a bitch! Let her off this. The Kingpin rages and tries to advance, but the chains make him stop just a foot away from Hector. Their faces are very close now. The Kingpin with his open arms, forced by the chains, almost caught Hector in a bone-crushing hug. But he can't budge the chains further no matter what. Hector looks at him with contempt. So close, yet so far. That's a good face to have. I'm starting to like it. He comments while raising his chin to look down on the bigger man. You little piece of it. When I got my hands on you. The Kingpin trembles in anger. I thought that death was a recurrent event. That you're used to this. But it really only applies to others, huh? Disappointing but not surprising. I never thought about you being a worthy foe or something like that. Just a tree on my path. Something that I need to cut so that I can move forward and see the bright sky more clearly. You can act as philosophical as you want, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm gonna kill you. The Kingpin says between gnashed teeth. Hector ignores him for now. His gaze moves to the unconscious woman at his side. 3 out of 10. He comments, infuriating Fisk even more. You. Heh, it's funny how they are our weakness, huh? Hector interrupts him. You're very level-headed before she appears. But now? Heh. His hands go to move to Vanessa. Fisk breaths hitch, waiting for the worse. But Hector stops and doesn't even touch a single strand of her hair. Even so, we still allow them to ingrain themselves in our hearts. It's because they give us some sort of strength too, right? To push forward, to become better. For them. Hector turns to look at Wilson Fisk. And Fisk hates that he can relate to everything he is saying. I thought about raping her to hurt you, you know? I mean, I wouldn't do it personally, obviously. I'm loyal in my own way. But that would be a more heavy punishment to her than for you. Hector says, calmly, infuriating Fisk even more, but he stays his hand while Vanessa was in the other party's clutches. So I will simply kill her. Hector says like it's no big deal. You bastard. If you dare touch even a strand of hair on her head I will. Well, what? Will do nothing? Do you want me to cancel our little game and simply kill her now? Hector interrupts. This makes him pause. Good dog, Hector praises mockingly. But Fisk swallows his anger for now. Let me explain the game. We are gonna fight. That's it. In the end, things in this world are solved by our fists. So let's maintain the tradition. Hector says as a matter of fact. And the stakes are our lives. He says with a big grin and opens his arms. Are you crazy? The Kingpin frowns looking at him. The crazy types are the most troublesome to deal with. I ask myself this every day. Hector says lightly and then turns to the unconscious Vanessa, but this is not fair. There are 2 lives on your side and only mine on this side. So let's even things a little and present a new enemy to you. This doesn't even make sense. The Kingpin says indignant. Hector gives him a look with a mocking smirk. Like he is saying, so what? I do the rules here. The one that I will call to be at my side Threus. Hector drags dramatically and reaches for the armrest of Vanessa's medical chair. Time? He smirks wide while he raises his hand to show the syringe that he retrieved from a hidden compartment. Fisk's eyes widen seeing him inserting the needle in the catheter on Vanessa's arm. What are you doing? What you're doing to her? Fisk shouts, once again fighting against his chains. Don't worry. Hector pauses to give him a look. This poison will kill her painlessly. He says before pressing the syringe and inserting the liquid into her veins. You. Me. Can you stop with the tantrums already? You're losing important time. Hector points to a screen that changes above Vanessa's head. 29:52 29:51. A digital watch. Now I'm feeling that this lacks something. Hector comments idly. This remembers me a speech of a certain villain about old-school villainy. You wouldn't know him. Red Death is his name. Hector makes small talk with him. He is only doing this to mentally torture the guy for wasting time, making him despair more. He talked about the gentleman's way of being a villain. This was even confirmed by my sensei in villainy. Sensei always said that a villain need to be classy. Manners mocketh man, after all. Always be polite even when you commit the most heinous of the acts. Dress well. These things that separate the classy cool villain of the heroes. To him, the heroes are not but clowns. With their colorful clothes, public-pleasing acts, boisterous laughs, and catchphrases. Hee. It's weird that I find myself agreeing with him a little. And you? Hector asks the Kingpin, you are always in well-tailored suits while your enemies use vibrant colors. You're the stereotype of this villain. Trying to be classy? He laughs, like you're written to be like that? Hee. You bastard. Get to the point. The Kingpin shouts, trying to reach for him again, but useless as expected. Oh yes. I have this habit of monologuing. I'm sorry. Hector gives a polite bow in apology. Acting exactly like he described how a classy villain would act. The thing is, Red Death said that this old-school villain favorite act was to tie the hero in some dynamites with a clock or in the rails of a train. It's simple, expensive, personal, and deadly. But Hector raises his finger to make Kingpin focus on his speech. It gives you a little hope. Maybe you will escape. A gentleman always gives chances to their opponents to play the game. Hector smiles. Back to the topic. What is poetic is the clock. The old model clock always makes a tick-tick sound, to keep the hero always conscious of his imminent death. This digital clock has no appeal. Hector points to the clock disappointingly, then he looks at the Kingpin again. I used this tactic when I orchestrated James Wesley's death, you know? He smiles at him. So it's dash. Yes, if. Can you stop with the accusingly use? You are interrupting my flow here. He sighs and moves around Vanessa, analyzing her. Suddenly it looks like he had a great idea and approaches the woman. This move of him only works to make the kingpin more nervous. But the big man holds himself back. To keep her safe he will endure for now. He will let the boy have his moment. Hector's fingers trace the side of the health monitor of Vanessa. He presses some buttons, increasing the sound volume. Beep beep, there it is. He smiles wide. Her heart will be the tick-tick, kingpin. He closes his eyes, a single finger moving to accompany the sound. Much better. Hector opens his eyes to mock the kingpin with a smile. The man grits his teeth and balls his fist, but says nothing. Hector takes his time to take another syringe. He connects with the catheter but doesn't press it. You just need to press there to insert the antidote. It acts fast, he says, and finally he starts walking to the kingpin. The room is relatively big, 6 by 6 by 6. You just need to pass through me to do that. Hector smiles. Easy, huh? Then he presses a button in a small device in his hand before throwing it away. The chains release the kingpin. You don't even need to defeat M-, he was saying before being interrupted by the kingpin charging at him. He releases a chuckle while dodging to the side and palming the man's ribs, throwing him a little far away. Eager, aren't we? He laughs. You already should have guessed that I'm not exactly normal. He comments. The kingpin ignores him again and charges at him to deliver a punch with his hand bigger than Hector's head. Hector advances to meet him earlier and taps the inside of the elbow of the kingpin. The punch was rendered ineffective and Hector kicks the man's thigh, making him kneel. Then he gives the guy an uppercut with a tiger hand from Kung Fu, making the criminal boss fall on his back. Hector is taking it easy. He wants the kingpin to feel hope. Like Johann said, before his demise, allow a last breath of hope to ignite a last and desperate struggle. Then you crush his everything. The kingpin doesn't know that the boy blocking his path is the greatest hero on the planet. If he knew, he wouldn't fight. He probably would try to bargain or appeal to the good of Hector's heroic heart. And that would be boring. Hector bitch slaps the kingpin in his solar plexus to take his breath away. There are weapons there for you to use. Hector points casually, acting carefree. Him acting conceited like that is a good way of giving the kingpin hope in his victory. Who knows? Maybe Hector will slip and be defeated. The kingpin raises himself up and glares at Hector, then his gaze moves to the clock. The 30 minutes that previously appeared to be a lot of time, now looks to be too little. Sucks, huh? The now annoying voice of his captor grates his ears. Being at the mercy of someone more powerful sucks. First time? No, I know a lot about you. Hector chuckles. But it has been so long that maybe you forgot how it feels. You lack any empathy after all. Hector then advances and kicks the criminal boss's stomach. Let me remind you how it is. He looks down at the kingpin crouching in pain and without pity, he kicks his head like a ball. The kingpin sprawls on the floor. I'm almost forgetting. I need to tell you the reason for all this. Hector beats his fist on the palm of the other hand in realization, completely ignoring the kingpin crawling closer to the weapons on the wall. As you already should have guessed, it was vengeance. You killed people important to me. Hector says more coldly and kicks the guy again, making him hit the wall. He helped him reach the weapons faster. I will not say the details because you don't deserve that much, and I also don't need to hear anything from you, like a justification or the reason. I know the reason. Hector walks calmly from side to side, waiting for the kingpin to take an axe and swing at him. Hector sidesteps easily and punches the kingpin on his chin, then he karate chops his hands, making him drop the axe. After a shoulder throw, Hector continues to talk. The main thing is, the reason is very petty. You just want a little more power. Hector says coldly, approaching him. He kicks the kingpin on his face again and continues. In the great scheme of things, they're inconsequential. But you want to have a little more power, huh? So what weight do their lives have, huh? He kicks his face again. The great kingpin wants to have the power to decide who should or shouldn't survive their hospitalization. He kicks his face again. Some teeth fly away. I bet that you don't ever remember them. He kicks again. Just two meaningless people. Another kick. Guess what? They have meaning to someone. Another. And this someone is now ready to have his due. He steps on Kingpin's bloody face. You're just a cockroach, Fisk. I could crush you anytime, but it would only dirt my shoe. He says coldly, but you have to put your filthy legs on what is mine, huh? Anyone would step on a cockroach that got too close after all. He exerts more pressure on the Kingpin's skull with his foot. When the Kingpin was thinking that he would die, Hector raises his foot. Can you hear that? Hector tilts his head and brings a finger close to his ear. The Kingpin looks at him, but he can't hear anything. He shoots to a sitting position and looks at Vanessa Midnight in the heart monitor. A single line constantly crosses the screen in a mute beep. No. The Kingpin starts to despair, his face contorts in anguish. Vanessa. He shouts and crawls at her. Idolin lets him this time. Vanessa, please. He tries to hold her face in his big hands. He presses the liquid of the syringe into her veins. But nothing changes. He cries while hugging her, in negation. His heart is broken. He failed. He's weak. He hears a sigh behind him. Rest in peace. You know, I wouldn't have killed her. I have nothing against her. But she knows about your business. And is compliant with it. So she is not innocent. TSK. A pity. If only you haven't told her. His words stab the Kingpin's heart. She would be blissfully ignorant. She would not be alerted by your death. But now? TSK. Maybe she would try vengeance. He continues, really a pity? Her blood is in your hands, Wilson Fisk. Everything you touched? Destroyed. Wilson Fisk can't take it anymore. He turns around like a beast and lunges at Hector. Ha! Hector laughs while redirecting the Kingpin to hit a wall effortlessly. You're stronger now. Revenge is crazy, huh? It grows on you. He laughs again when the Kingpin ignores him and goes for his head again. But Hector doesn't plan to play this game for longer. With a direct punch in his guts, he makes the Kingpin go down again. Looking down at the man in pain at his feet, Hector uses his foot to roll him over. He walks a little, arriving at his leg's side. Raising his foot, Hector brings it down on Fisk's knee, making it bend unnaturally and breaking it. Arg. You finally is in your natural place, Fisk. Under my feet. Hector moves his foot to make the man agonize in pain. That's what I want you to understand. All the money and power that you have. They're illusions. Balloons of hot air that would not resist real power. That's what you are. Just a balloon of fat that can be exploded anytime. Hector spats, that's real power, Fisk. Take this lesson to hell. Hector says. Wilson Fisk turns on the ground in anguish. He cries and whines, moving his limbs erratically. Oh, stop, hurt her, stop. No. The feared Kingpin is on the ground moving around like a kid having a nightmare. It's such a sorry sight. He sobs and moans on the ground, asking for his father to stop, begging for forgiveness. Acting scared, like a small child afraid of a thunderstorm. Hector pauses seeing that. Mental regression. A common thing to occur in cases of heavy trauma. Fisk goes into a fetal position, curling himself in a ball to protect himself from the big scary guy beating him, suckling on his thumb and saying that he will not do that, or this, that he will obey, that he will do what he says. What pathetic scene should this be from an outside perspective? Idolin. Earth's greatest hero. Bullying a guy to this point. A guy that received so many gifts, beating a normal man in a ridiculous show of vengeance. Oh. You don't get to escape. Hector snarls and grabs the man-child's head. Using telepathy, Hector makes Wilson Fisk go back to his usual self. The process is painful because he did it without care. Grabbing the top of Kingpin's head, Hector forces him to look at him. The night is only starting, he says with his eyes shining head and becoming vertical slits. Some cracks and wet sounds can be heard between these walls. And also the sound of muffled screams. Wilson Fisk can't even open his mouth, which has been turned into a zipper, to scream in pain. Most of the ground has been painted red by blood. The lower half of the Kingpin's body has disappeared, becoming a pool of gore. Humans are space orcs. Hector comments casually while a finger hooks the tendons of the big man. People say that we are fragile, but we can survive such ridiculous situations. Like having our brain perforated by a construction steel rod, as an example. Hector's face is an ice mask. He doesn't blink while his hands continue to work, so is easy to keep you alive while I literally dismantle your body like that. He is using a plethora of powers to keep the Kingpin conscious and sane to experience everything clearly. He can't have the guy black out all the time, or be regressing again. Mufter. The Kingpin struggles. What? What did you say? Hector raises a blood-drenched hand close to his ear in a mocking gesture of making an effort to hear, a butcher? That's rude. His hands go down again to continue his work. He pinches the Kingpin coccyx, turning it in poder, making the man struggle in pain. The difference between a butcher and a surgeon is the precision. Hector quotes, "I'm a surgeon," he says, and gives a mirthless laugh at his own reference. The laugh dies quickly while he continues to slowly destroy the man. In his memento F great rage, he swore to himself that he would tear the Kingpin to shreds. The premise is a premise. He scraps skin, pulls tendons, smashes muscles, crushes bones, cauterizes veins. He skips the rest of the Kingpin's torso and goes for his arms, repeating the process, taking his nails first and continuing with the rest of the arm. Now this is your natural state. A turd, he says after finishing crushing all of the Kingpin limbs, leaving on his torso and head. You're so big, so troublesome. He complains before getting back to work. He does it meticulously and takes his time. It's a weird sensation to Hector. He wanted to do it because he wanted to know how it would feel. Because of this, he is being so personal. He can feel the blood gush on his face and torso, and can feel the process clearly in his hands. But beyond that, he doesn't feel anything. No guilty, and no satisfaction. It looks like an out-of-the-body experience. Like he is on autopilot doing that. It looks so distant, not real. He is doing this just for the sake of doing it. Many times he thought on stopping. There's no meaning in this shit. But he started, and now he will see the end of it. It took so long. Maybe it didn't take long. But to Hector, in his fast mind, it looked like an eternity of thinking while his hands worked. He thought about a lot of things, remembered good and bad memories. Sometimes his hands slowed down when his parents and grandparents crossed his mind. Sometimes he acted more brutal, remembering the filth of humanity. The Kingpin, to him, is the representation of all this filthy. Finally, it's only the head that is intact. Thanks to his powers, the Kingpin is still alive. Seeing, listening, and feeling everything. Hector raises his hand and puts it over Kingpin's face. He starts exerting pressure. It's time for the final blow. Hector is trembling. That's the moment. What will happen to him when he takes this final step? His unfocused gaze regains clarity. He can see his hand, which looks like he wearing a red glove, pressing on the big head of his enemy. He remembers Kana for some reason. Her trauma? The way she recoiled her hand, afraid of touching Eri. Afraid of dirtying Eri with the blood on her hands. It's like he is seeing this moment happening to him now and in the future. Damn, some days ago he played with some young fans. They looked at him with such adoration. Their innocent gazes. He ruffled their hair. Will he be capable of doing that again? There's no excuse for great good this time. He is doing all this. Him and him alone. He will forever lose the moral high ground after this. No turning back. Hesitation flashes through his eyes. There's still time to stop. He can restore the Kingpin's body. Erase his memory. Give him to the police. Doing the right thing. The right thing. That hesitation lasts only 1 second before he smashes the Kingpin's head in a pulp. He stands up again. His gaze is distant, and the Kingpin's blood and brain matter coats his body. The blood drips from his hands. It's better to hug your loved ones with your hands tainted with blood than watching them bleed. He speaks softly to himself. A low beep attracts his gaze to Vanessa. She is really dead. Maybe she doesn't deserve it? But this is Marvel. She can create trouble for people close to him in many ways. Even Aunt May created trouble for Deadpool in revenge for Spider-Man at some point by hiring the Taskmaster. In the end, he is not wrong in blaming the Kingpin for bringing her into this. At least, it was painless. Hector waves his hand and uses Overhaul on her. She also explodes in a misto of blood and gore. Hector lets it bathe him too. He wants to feel the dirtiness of his actions. He watches the rain of blood fall on the ground, becoming indistinguishable from the Kingpin pool of gore. Peh. He smirks crookedly, what great wingman I am. They're finally won. But this small senseless joke ignites a laugh. So ridiculous. This situation. Everything is ridiculous. His shoulders tremble a little. I know the answer now. His laugh increases in intensity. Revenge. Ha. He can't suppress it. Haichaha revenge is. He opens his arms and laughs at the ceiling maniacally. Haha revenge is unsatisfactory. No matter what. Ha, it's like he wasted a long time hearing a joke, but the punchline sucks so bad that you laugh at the ridiculousness of everything. You laugh at the comedian telling the joke. You laugh at the situation. You laugh at yourself for waiting for something better. No matter what I do. The answer is, I was a fool for expecting more. He laughs again, all of this for nothing. What a joke. Ayan, greetings, how you guys? Are you guys feeling something weird? A bad taste in your mouth? Maybe you're feeling unsatisfied? If so, great. Because this is the objective of this chapter. Let me explain from the beginning. Of all my chapters, this one is the one that I put more thought into. Everything was planned to evoke a certain bad feeling in you guys. That's what writing do, right? Evoke feelings in the reader. Most of the time are good feelings. But there are times that you feel bad reading some things. And it's okay when is the objective. Like the Red Wedding or the Eclipse. Damn, that hit hard. Or show Tucker making alchemy with his daughter and dog. Ugh, I didn't eat when I watched that for the first time. This chapter is my amateur tentative of replicating that in you guys. Obviously, no big tragedy happened in this chapter. So it's hard to do that. The chapter goes through a building up of evil deeds to evoke disgust and repulse. All that build up to make you guys angry to the moment of vengeance. So that your rage can be liberated on our rightful target. You guys pass through that cathartic moment, I bet. And then, guys receive my take on vengeance. I believe that doesn't matter how much you try. Vengeance will always be unsatisfactory. Boys. I really like Thor Finn and Afro Samurai, the manga, storyline where their targets of revenge died not to them. There are some mangas like Naidome no Yusha and others with the MC called Raoul, in which they make a whole elaborate show of revenge. To give us some orgasmic relief. But sincerely, after some time, the feeling fades and leaves. Unsatisfaction. My favorite scene is the Kingpin mental regression. That right illustrates exactly what is happening, some unnecessary bullying. Yes, the guy is guilty. But get over it. Imagine you prepare yourself so much and not be what you expect. Imagine Hector's disappointment. It's not for nothing that he laughed. He is feeling like a clown. A better vengeance would be to kill the Kingpin and forget about him the next day. Now this experience will live rent-free in his mind. Well, it's growth. Our dear MC is in a bad place right now, my friends. But he will bounce back. Become better. Trying to become a more optimistic guy. Trying to genuinely be happy. He deserves. By the way, no idolin that laughs. H killing the Kingpin in the end is just him rejecting the goody two-shoes hero path. He will be a hero but in his own way. A hero can adopt a soldier mentality and kill his enemies to protect innocence. And lastly, not so a fun fact. Some must have noticed, but all the cases shown in this chapter are based on real life. Yes, the orangutan and everything. It's not exaggerated fiction. This is how evil humans can be. I bet would be hard to not laser everyone if I have powers. Let's appreciate our MC restraint. Till next time. Stay bad for some time, y'all. But get better. Bye-bye. The greatest gacha? And one quick trip disclaimer. I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. The last thing you'd want from a T-Rex is the "I love you, you love me" song, cause scientists estimate a T-Rex dick could be to 12 feet long, from the parody song, Scientifically Accurate, Barney. Recap. It was shown the not-so-glamorous side of being a hero, and our MC finally completed his revenge quest, only to discover that there's no reward. Hector moves slowly through the cemetery. Stopping at his parents' grave, he put down the flowers that he brought. He stays there kneeling for some time, organizing his thoughts. He already has checked his surroundings, confirming no one is close or watching/listening. So he can speak freely. I have finally done that. If you too can see me, I bet that you are disappointed. He sighs, but is something I needed to do. For many reasons. He pauses, but don't worry. I was not consumed by vengeance or anything. He explains fast to assure them. Dealing with him was very, very easy, so I didn't waste years or effort seeking revenge like some other people. So it's not a problem, right? Maybe it was because of that I feel so empty. Beyond the feeling of some light weight leaving my shoulder, I feel nothing. The satisfaction evaporated so quickly. He says with a vacant gaze, more to himself, maybe if I was weaker and had to put more effort like the other revenge-seeking guys, the ending would be more satisfactory. Like finishing a long work. He says and stops. Nothing saying anything more. He stays like that for a long time. Thinking, reflecting. Well, I discovered some things about myself. I need to make peace with those. He comments absent-mindedly, more to himself. Something is bothering me, really. Hector looks at his hand like he wants to see something hidden there. I tortured a man in a heinous way. And I felt nothing. Shouldn't it be nauseating? He asks, the saving grace is that I did not feel good either. He comments, it's not about the act. It's the intention. I mean, I would have killed the Kingpin even if he didn't have killed you guys. Like I did with Osborn. I want to be personal because of what he did to you too. But at some point, it stopped being about you guys. Hector closes his eyes slowly. Don't get me wrong. It started because of what he did, but I don't want you two to feel an ounce of responsibility. It's complicated. He scratches his head. Maybe this is the only thing that can make Hector tongue-tied. His thoughts are jumbled. It's just that good things happen to me after you two are gone. Is this okay? I was not that ball of angsty that I thought I would be. I met amazing people, did incredible things. In truth, it looks like my life is better now. He pauses, looking like he is physically in pain. His face scrunches up, almost crying. I'm sorry. It's not hurt so bad anymore. Is this all right? It's okay to be happy without you too. His thumb and index finger press his eyelids, and his mouth becomes a thin line. He stays like that for some time. Only after he stabilizes himself he removes his hand from his face and starts talking again. In hindsight, it was pretty much like that from the beginning. I thought that was a coping mechanism. I focused on other things to not stay all the time thinking about the fact that you two are gone. Thinking in ways to survive this crazy world, the possibilities, my new powers. Heck, even childish thoughts of a harem and a little flirting with Aunt Chris. But maybe I was broken from the start. Maybe was this power. This great mental fortitude that I acquired with the assimilations that don't even allow me to stay sad for too long. I think I can't blame all of this on my power. I have the growing suspicion that I was like that since forever, but this never came to light. He pauses and frowns. Was I always that much of a monster? I can't help it, you know? There's something inside me screaming that I'm evil. That this was my call. I'm only lying to myself by acting like a good person. Acting. This is what I'm doing. He sighs. I thought that if I acted for long enough would become the truth. He stops and looks at the distance. Maybe I should stop holding back. These words carry some deep meaning that only he knows how heavy it is. After some time he shook his head. No, I can be a lot of things, but I refuse to be a weak-willed pussy that chooses the easy way. He stands up. His face showed great resolve once again. The last time I came here, I made a promise of repaying my good luck to the world. Doing what you two would do. Make the world a better place than how I found it. I was naive. All doubts are thrown out to the wind. This is not an easy job. It's gritty, ugly, and dirty, but I'm not gonna quit. So I'm here to renew my promise. No excuses. I know where I'm getting into. He turns around to leave. Even if everything fails, I want that at the end of my life I can smile and say that I did my best. And found you guys not in shame. Encounter you guys and make you too proud. I will save the world. It's something that only I could do. And then I will be happy. He smiles, strong enough to be gentle. Strong enough to have no enemies. Don't worry, I have a plan to bring you two back. Then Hector's eyes harden. That's the only thing I want. The only thing. I only want this reward, world. Don't deny me that. His gaze has some promise and a threat. Love you too. Hector POV Zeta Space Station. The results are as good as expected. Comment. Observing a body in a morgue. Putting my hand over it, I analyze the changes. The naked human male has many medical devices attached to him, signaling that apart from his brain, everything is working just fine and he is incredibly fit. But I want to check myself. Perfect. I comment, before closing the body again in the locker. Show me how he was before the procedures. I say to Cortana and start walking to another locker to open it and check another body. Right away, master. She answers, and in my field of vision, it shows the former criminal body statistics. His measurements, weight, medical records, bone and muscle structure. The transformation is evident. We already stabilized the procedure enough to have no variance. I comment while checking a naked woman this time. She also is incredibly fit, but there's a slight variation depending on the gender. That's natural. The core strength varies to the upper or lower body depending on the gender. Females also are more flexible, sacrificing a little of strength when compared with their male counterparts. Cortana says to me while I check. And races? I ask. Caucasians, Asians, blacks, Mongolian Indians? Any difference? Negligible. It's the answer as expected. We are not that different. But I ask myself if an African super soldier would be stronger and taller than an Asian super soldier, the latter on his part being smarter. The individual differences impact more in the end, but now is trivial. Everyone can achieve peak human form with this serum. Cortana comments, that's only the foundation. How are the others? The ones that use the cocktail, and the ones that are not brain dead. I ask, leaving this section of the space station and going back to the command center. Sitting on my chair in front of the big screen, I hear Cortana's report. There's no warping on their personalities. She starts, so that thing about good becomes better and evil becomes worse is false. I comment. Probably a metaphor. Cortana says, this must be about the potential. A good person, when gains powers, has his potential to impact the world and other people increased. It's the same with an evil person. I say, so Captain America didn't receive any boost on his righteousness, the guy is like that on his own. Respect. About the cocktail. At this point, they are mixing seamlessly. Your idea of creating an order during the procedure worked just fine and no one is exploding or melting in a puddle anymore. Cortana relates. Good. Very good indeed. In Marvel there's a lot, I repeat, a lot of super soldiers projects and serums. Most have a slight deviation from the Erskine original formula. The Teach ITI project that uses the GH drug, derived from a Kree, to give someone something like a healing factor. The Centipede serum that is a variant from the Super Soldier serum. The Extremis virus, that has many versions and upgrades in the comics. The Burstein process that gave Luke Cage his impenetrable skin and super strength. And even some random bullshit chemical compounds that give other people powers, like with Jessica Jones and Matt Murdock. And if you want to stretch it by a lot, there are also the spider and goblin powers. I'm getting tired of waiting. Those monkeys can't progress fast enough to give me the serums. I surpassed them already regarding Centipede and the Extremis. I tap my finger on my armrest impatiently. I'm too early in the timeline. I remember that the Extremis has at least 2 more versions. One of them even helped Stark to perfect his bleeding edge armor. Let's focus on the adaptability of the E-serum, not closing any door. I say to Cortana, allowing evolution and mutation in the future? There are risks. There's always risks. Because of this, we have the bipedal sheep to test before. I say, my E-serum, derivate from my secondary mutation, allows someone a great curve on adaptability. And not only regarding powers. A normal someone that was injected with it stops feeling the problems of extreme cold after a month of high exposure. And other examples like growing resistant to impact if he was hit enough, not fast enough by the way. And it does not last. After taking the body from the extreme environment, the body goes back to normal slowly. Very slowly, but still goes back to normal. Well, the E-serum is not perfect yet, and being super resistant to cold makes you fragile to heat, so maybe is a good thing that there's this variation. But this is not optimal. The best case scenario would be increasing the comfort zone of our race. If we start suffering from the heat at 40 degrees Celsius and from the cold at 0 degrees Celsius, I want to increase this range, making that we only start having problems after 100 degrees Celsius or below 80 degrees Celsius. And this is only the start. Other races out there are much more resistant to these variables in temperature, pressure, and diseases than us. This can't stand. I refuse to believe that we have less room to growth than them. We are the human race, for God's sake. This is one of our best traits. This fucking multiverse was thought by humans. If we are not the ones with the greatest potential, I don't know who it is. I pause my talk with Cortana to turn to Cassandra, who just entered the commons center. She must have finished her training, just having left the showers and holding an energy drink in her hand. She nods at me and I nod back. The girl still doesn't talk much. Old habits die hard. To my surprise, or not really, instead of sitting in another chair or in any other place, she sits on my thigh like it's no big deal. Well, it's really no big deal. I'm not a Japanese MC that will grow flustered over something trivial like that. Shago does it all the time. She is just imitating her. Oh yeah, I have permission to make a harem now. I forgot really. Sincerely, I'm not as eager to do this as I expected I would be. Isn't it like the weeb dream? But I'm not caring too much. Not in a hurry. I need to think things through. It's not only seducing women and putting them in a palace and end of the story. Would I ever be capable of making them all happy? Yeah, better to go slow on this shit. Not force anything. I just remembered this because of Cassandra's act. The repressed thought of how my relationship with female summons will develop resurfaces. It's too early to know. I can only say that I'm not having sexual thoughts about Cassandra right now, even if her perky but is pressing against me, but maybe in the future? I can't deny that I'm a little possessive of them. Recently, with Chun-Li, when I received a report and had a small talk to keep the relationship good, she commented about a superior of her that is courting her incessantly, even being annoyingly forceful. I surprised myself when my first thought was separating his two heads of his body. I shouldn't be like that. All the girls are beautiful, it's okay and even natural that many men will try to shoot their shot. Let's kill them only after they cross a line, Hector. Now, why my relationship with some summons grows in different ways? My horniness? My childish crush on them? Maybe. I think depends on how they present themselves too. It's not only about how hot someone is. I'm not that much controlled by my dick. I mean, look at this little animal slurping an energy drink on my lap. Slurp. She looks at me confused and tilts her head. I can't lewd that. She looks so pure. A true man of culture knows what to lewd and what not to lewd. You can't lewd Komi-san. But you can lewd Tatsumaki. But it's not about who is hotter. It's how they present themselves. Damn, I just had an epiphany. I can feel the bottlenecks in my mental cultivation loosen up. I was taken out of the gutter where my mind is when Cassandra points to the screen and looks at me. I know her enough to understand that she asked, "What is this?" Just trying to make the most complete serum for you guys? Everything is okay. Not as perfect as I would like, but if wait for others to do things, I will wait forever. I say. She nods in understanding. By the way, Cortana, how was interaction with the subjects where I gave powers? I ask. All of them had an increase in potency, 5 of them mutated. She answers, Was the increase only tied with their physical growth, or did the serum affect the powers too? And pass to my mind the information of the ones that mutated. This is important. In most of the cases, the increase in strength of the powers was proportional to the increase in physical prowess. But there have been some variables, especially on the ones that are registered as having the dormant metagene. The same with the mutated powers. Cortana answers, resting my chin on my fingers, I think. Later I will take away the powers. Will be the easiest and fastest way to reach the answer. I say before turning to Cassandra, this part is important to you, Cassandra. Did you think about the powers that you want? Think hard about your build. I ask, *slurp fly. She answers without hesitation. I chuckle. She really wants to be able to fly, huh? Well, it's a nice feeling. With the serum, they will be capable of holding more powers without problems. And I reached the conclusion that having powers during the procedure will be good for a seamless integration. After all, a power that I give is a foreigner strange thing to a body. It's natural to occur rejection. We will start with 7 powers. Your body will grow strong with time and be capable of holding more, but is not a good thing to have many powers. No, everyone is like me. I give her my counsel. It's better to be a master of one craft. She points at me and says, "Want me to decide the rest for you?" I already put some thought into that. Well, to your wish, I have a good power of flight, Captain Celebrity quirk, that allows you to telekinetic propel yourself. It will even give you some degree of strength and defense because of the tactile telekinetic field. And adding the power you have now, Black, we have 5 slots to fill. Pausing to watch her reaction, I continue after seeing that she is interested. Normally, there are 2 paths to take when you want a power-up. Become even better in something that you are good at or fill a gap in your weakness. You're a CQC fighter, strong in a one-on-one and weak against groups and long-range attacks. Normally one would think that having energy projection, or AoE power would be an excellent idea, but I raise my finger to make her pay attention. This is important. There are other ways to circumvent that. I give the answer, there's power systems that I can teach you. Can't the Rankyaku and Shingon give long-range attacks? And the strength of 100 men when mastered? If you're strong enough, no need to care about an army of sheep. She nods slowly. Now, another thing that you need to keep in mind, beyond martial techniques and power systems that can help you, there's technology. I say and press a button on my armrest. No need to be reluctant to rely on some gadgets. Watch this. I point at the screen. She looks at the footage of a mannequin wearing a skin-tight suit. There are some wires connecting to the thing. It's a prototype after all. For example, you wouldn't think that invisibility would be an incredible power for you to have? You would be the terror of the criminals. But I don't need to give you this power. On the screen, the suit starts to blend with the surroundings. Become opaque till it disappears almost completely. Only the wired and other parts are visible. No need to burden your body with something you can acquire in another way. Better to fill the slot with other power. It's the same thing with many sensory powers. It's great to have. I love to have them, but I point at the screen, changing to a variety of goggles and other devices that allows infrared vision and others. They are easily replaced. I say, not everyone can be like me. It's obvious the advantages of having these abilities tied to my body and my body only. But if you have a limit, focus on other things. I let her think about it for some time. Intangibility can be a good power for you. I comment after some time. Sometimes the best compatibility comes from you simply liking a power too. There's another one that you thinks is cool. She raises her palm. Boom. Air cannon. She says flatly. Oh, is that so? I smile. She is cute. You know what? I will give you one for all. I say. She tilts her head in confusion. It's one of my core powers. Allows you to boost yourself and others' powers. Has infinite growth. I have some weak copies that give you no more than the equivalent strength of 5 people. But it's good that it will grow with you. And you will be capable of creating wind pressure from your punches. I will teach you how to do it later. I raise my fist and mimic the motions. It's easy. Just rotate your wrist and shoulder, and then stop the motion at the right time. She pays attention to my explanations silently. Normally I would keep these powers to myself. But only the best to my cute disciple. I ruffle her hair. Let's aim to you be capable of soloing the Avengers in the future. After annoying her a little more with head pats, I raise myself and casually lift her by her waist. Now, go check the list of powers. By the way, I'm a sucker for passive powers like hyper-regeneration and high specs, but maybe will be unnecessary because the serum will already give an equivalent. Just mark the ones that you like. I say, giving her a tablet with a list. When? She asks me after I put her down, after my next dimensional travel. I will make a training trip with Seiko and some others. I say, then she grabs my arm when I start to walk away. She looks at me silently. Wants to come too? I ask. She doesn't have many friends apart from us? Well, she doesn't have any friends apart from us. The ex-girls are more of acquaintances. And if it was not for Xavier, I would let her go there more often to bond with the girls. Well, Xavier and the people watching that mansion. She nods. Okay. It will be like a summer vacation. We can do our training arc together. I smile at her before going away. But she didn't let go of my arm yet. I turn to look at her again slowly. She looks like she is hesitating in saying something, so I ask, yes? Are you angry? She asks in a mosquito voice, avoiding eye contact. Am I angry? Now this makes me pause. No. I say slowly, I'm not angry. I'm just in a not so very good mood lately. I say sincerely, I thought that I was hiding that pretty well and acting normally. But she was gifted on that, huh? Very empathic. So this is why she sat on my lap. She is trying to console me? Imitating Shago. Don't worry. It's just me having many things on my mind right now. I pat her head and send her away. I'm not angry. I'm just not that animated lately. There's nothing to be angry about. Well, I think my mood will improve now. Now is the awaited moment of the month. Time to gacha. I sit cross-legged on the ground of a training room of the station. Now I have peace. I have a good feeling about this gacha. Finally, this is the gacha that will use all my gacha points. Every month, I gain more or less 30 GP and I can buy 100 GP. For every 10 rolls I use 30 GP, so I spent 120 GP monthly. This leaves me with 10 GP to do nothing. But now, finally accumulated and I have 150 GP. I can gain the amazing amount of 50 cards. And no, I will not use any special type of gacha. I really want the 50 cards. I need to see what I can gain. Maybe new mechanics or other things. Today I want variety. And if my almost proved theory is true, I'm on the path to gain some amazing things. I fought Belasco, went to Limbo, learned magic, did a lot of scientific breakthroughs, and completed my revenge. If I gain cards related to these achievements will be nice. Let's go. General type gacha. Roll 10. 01 April O'Neil, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Okay? Character. It's about time that I put my hands on media. April was a very brave and good reporter. She can be the pioneer in my infiltration of media. She looks a little like Megan Fox. 02 Yaforger, Spy X Family, another character? My luck was nice today. Oh, this is of that manga that was gaining an anime when I died. I read 10 chapters. I remember that she was a top waifu at that time. A skilled assassin and has a good character and personality. I can find a use for her. 03 Harley Quinn, DC Comics. Helena will have PTSD if I tell her. Some time ago she went to talk to me about bringing Harley here, something about not letting her and Shago meet. Well, by the image on the card, this Harley with blonde hair and only the tip of her twin tails colored, shows that it's the best version of the character. So maybe will not be that bad. Maybe I can curb her craziness. I have an idea. Offer her a second chance. Start anew. 04 Miko Shiraki, prison school. Okay? Something is wrong here. That was the 4th character in a row. In the past, on the batch of 10, normally there were 3 or 4 characters max. And I already gained 4? And all of them are female? Wait, can't be. Gatu? It's because of the harem? Dude, I fought an immortal demonic sorcerer in a hell dimension and you're focusing on that? No, I refuse to believe that. The next card will not be a woman. And will not be a hot woman. You can't do this to me. Do you know how much I sacrificed? Come on. 05 Jessica Rabbit, Disney. I give up. I throw myself on the ground and lay there sprawled. All the enthusiasm left my body now. Maybe this is a punishment. I think I will stop the rolls for today. The gacha is giving me women to fill my harem that I didn't even started yet. Fuck you, gacha. You are not pleasing me, gacha. 06 Total drama, okay. Now we are starting to talk. But I will not summon normal girls like that. Stop trying to coax me. 07 Hell of a boss, what is this? This unholy thing? A furry goth girl? The duality of this leaves me confused. A moral dilemma worse than my everyday fight between good and evil. A cartoon from hell? That explains a lot. At least I'm started to gain things related to my other accomplishments. 08 Robot Twins Atomic Heart? Never heard of this. Ballerina robot guards? I guess. But why are they hot? You know what, they should be hybrid character/item like Cortana, so let's summon the two. I use the card and after motes of light, the two faceless robots appear to me in a graceful pose. Greetings, Master. They say in unison. It looks like they want to call me another name, but settled with Master. What you two can do? I ask and the list is big. Okay, they are not bad summons after all, and maybe I can improve them with adamantium. And sexual relief. They finish the list, say what? I was distracted and double-checked. Do you know? Sexual relief. They confirm it. Do you require sexual relief, Master? They tilt their heads and ask seriously. Cortana. No. You two, guard the door over there, please. I say, feeling awkward. They move gracefully to the door. Their relationship loyalty is also 10 out of 10. Like Cortana when she arrived. How is that metal jiggling? Who is the gen pervert that thought about these two? My eyes, which are accompanying that admittedly enchanting sight, move again to the front, going face to face with Cortana's blue hologram face that was watching me closely. She stares at me with narrowed eyes. Do you require sexual relief, Master? She says, sweetly, mimicking and mocking the two from early. I gulped down involuntarily. I was caught lacking. A jealous Yandra AI is not funny. She was never like that before. It's because the two are robots? Technological territorial? Is this even an expression? No. I answer her. She harumphs, turning her head away and disappearing. Let's continue with the gacha. 09 Power, Tensamanhe. Sounds nice to have her on the paper. But living with this gremlin can be very annoying. But fucking seriously? 9 characters? I got the message, gacha. But I am not summoning these people for now. Let's go to the last and guaranteed to be good. Even if is a woman, at least will be someone good like Istef. 10 Nemesis to Lovru, Darkness O from an Eki anime. And her. She gives me a fucking good idea. I was planning in making my Hellbat armor similar to the endosymbiote armor of Iron Man in the comics. Nemesis is a being of dark matter that at some point fused with the protagonist. Hey, now I have the mind of my armor. A living armor has its advantages. Hell Nemesis armor. I like the sound of it. Now I just need some other materials. Now, should I continue? I can stop for today and roll the rest tomorrow. My luck will reset and I will stop gaining women. Whatever. Let's get over it. How worse can it get, right? 01. The Penetrator, Saints Row, the third. Hi, if one day you gain physical form, gotcha. I'm using it on you. 02 Widowmaker, Overwatch seriously, can you stop now? You're not gonna give me dozens of women now, right? I can't handle this much. And dear Amelie LaCroix has uses, even if all I know about Overwatch came from the orange and black site. 03 Goblin Slayer finally a man. What relief, really. The curse has been broken. But not that impressive of a card. I probably gained him because our methods are a little similar, preparing beforehand and all, and I killed the Green Goblin. But there's a very interesting line in the description. Fateless, the ability to defy the roll of dice of the gods. This allows me a degree of resistance to fate manipulation, even if just a little. It's probably tied to his willpower. This ability is for me. This I welcome. 04 hentai setting travel ticket, low tier /1 month. And we are back at it. What use does this have? Low. If the tier was higher I could go to Kuroinu or something like that. I don't even know hentai worlds. Useless card. 05 Gender Bender card X03. When used during a summon, this card makes that a gender-bent version of the character comes instead of the canon version. The character comes from an alternative universe where he was always like that, so he doesn't find it weird. I'm not even surprised that something like this exists. I mean, ignoring the horniness for a second. From an objective standpoint, making a villain character a woman and making her fall for me is a good way to control her easily. But can I do that? I try to imagine Johan as a woman. Shivers next card, please. 06 Celine, Underworld. Well, I remember her. Not interested in becoming a vampire now, even more 1 week as her. I prefer to wait for some Dracula card. She can be useful. Vampires here in Marvel can be like pests. I can make her go investigate Blade 2. 07 Gloria Pritchett, Modern Family Mommy? Now I know that the gacha is testing me. Goth girls and now a Latina mommy? Let's see. Beyond having a great fucking aim, this woman has no other useful ability. So no. Not summoning a normal woman from a sitcom here. I'm not that horny and this is not this type of story. 08 Yumiko Jabami, Kakagurui. What can I say? I don't know. Maybe I can put her with Johan to fuck up some people of the illegal casinos. 09 Casual Sex World Seo, Supplement Jump Chain, another Soe. But couldn't you give the worm V1? CYOAs, or Choose Your Own Adventures, are documents where you can play with a limited number of points and create a build to your character in a certain world. There are original CYOAs and even of famous works like One Piece and Marvel. I used to read it in my other life. It's used in fanfics too. This one is a supplement. That's mean that you would choose a main CYOA as your main world and this one would alter a little. In this case, this casual sex CYOA would make the world more lewd, making sex be casual. Dingachim? Contabilizing free perks. This CYOA has free perks? It has been a long time since I saw these prompts. Free things are good. Analyzing your setting. Modern and sci-fi characteristics detected. Perk gained, safe day, safe day. You can go without contraception, because this perk allows you to toggle your virility/fertility. So go ahead, bust a nut in a new girl every night. You will never become a parent unless you want to. Meh. I already have something like that. I don't need it. But I toggle off my virility from now on. Oh, there's another? We come in peace. First contact between species, diplomacy between galactic empires. These are threatening concepts when the downsides could mean great war or possible extinctions. Not only are you fantastic at getting into the mindset of sapient aliens though, you're fantastic at getting into their pants. Peacemaking, lovemaking, same difference in the end, right? You're really good at coming to mutually beneficial understandings with aliens is the point. Ignoring the underlying objective. Having a boost in charisma with alien species is good to have in Marvel. Carnivore, you are superior, born that way, better than all others. Your rugged handsomeness or traditional beauty that seems gifted by God and good genes are just further proof of that. You're just incredibly fine, drop-dead sexy even, with features tending towards sharper or harder that emphasize nobility. You've also got a great metabolism, leading to little body fat unless you work to get fat. If you wanted to be a model, you're ideal in every sense, and will likely get more than a few admirers even if you follow some other career path. Another charm booster perk. Well, it's expected coming from something lewd like that. But this is useless to me. Redundant. I'm already drop-dead gorgeous. Let's read to see if there's something useful. Oh, there are some bullshit things. But they're too expensive to buy like that. I don't have a lot of CP. I'm not gonna waste in thisy. What if I gain a CYOA from the Dragon Ball world and there's a perk that gives me Ultra Instinct for 1000 CP and I don't have it? I would punch myself for wasting CP to be capable of breeding anything, ignoring the differences. Let's see the 10th thing from this batch. 10 5-leaf grimoire, Asta, Black Clover. Okay, this is good. I'm not complaining. I finally gained something from a magic anime, but is the only thing without magic. I will test it later. Maybe I can give to a summon. Let's roll another batch. 01 sign-in setting travel ticket, low tier /1 month. Sign-in, huh? I gained most from shonen. And gained one from all anime. Sign-in. There are some good worlds to visit. With supernatural scary things. I need to think about this later. 02 Kronk, Emperor's New Groove Hen. I love this guy. One of the OG's gigashots. Will be nice to bring some positivity to this world. A somewhat useful handyman. 03 Background Customization Card X05. It took long enough to come some. Always useful. 04 Package. Kakushibu, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Oh, now we are talking. We are finally leaving that bullshit luck behind. I can summon him, or give the card to Siko. I want to study his physiology and his breathing style. To the 2, I don't need to assimilate him. I have some weakness removal cards too. Let's think about it later. 05 Cartoon Travel Ticket, low tier /1 week. Now it's cartoon. But it's not a low tier world, I think. There are other options too. But it's good. I'm noticing that the variety of things that I'm gaining is increasing. 06 Ghost Freak, Ectonu right. Ben Tenno, that's a scary fella. I already have the ghost physiology of Dark Danny, but maybe there will new things to gain from him. He can do magic, right? 07 sign-in travel ticket, low tier /1 month. Another? Maybe I can go to Vinland Saga to save Thor's and have a good talk with the guy. Maybe he can explain to me in detail his having no enemies philosophy. 08 Power Boost Card X02 good. 09 Nosferatuzad, Berserk well, a big murderous cat. He can be my second Makia. I can put him on Limbo to create a foothold there. 10 Frostmourne, Warcraft huh. Now this I like very much, thank you. Oh man, so many memories. I look at this card fondly. Warcraft 3, Frozen Throne was so cool. It's what made me play the world of Warcraft. Arthas is what made me like undeads and necromancy too. I think Ains and Overlord inherited some of that fondness because it was one of my favorites Isekais. I will have fun with it. Let's go to another batch. 01 Neo Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong Cannon, Gintama. Ha! I burst into laughter involuntarily seeing this. Oh god, it's okay for me to have this weapon of mass destruction? But really, how strong is this thing again? We need to take things from Gintama with a grain of salt. 02 Miyamoto Musashi, Baki Ichim. Another assimilation to Siko? People will think that I'm biased. 03 Elder Wand Harry Potter. Interesting. Will this allow me to do Harry Potter magic? I doubt that. But if boost my spells a little will already be a win. 04 Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, low tier /1 day. 1 day, really? Well, can be used to go into that worlds that have only one thing worth grabbing. 05 Monica, Doki Doki Literature Club. Hell nah. My PTSD is acting up. I teleport fast and dip this card on the volcano where I threw Sho Tucker at that time. Huff, that was close. I don't even want to know if this Monica has some sort of technopathy or if she is just a normal schoolgirl. No means no. 06 Shonen Setting Travel Ticket, middle tier /3 months. 3 months. Just what I'm needing. I didn't want to use the 6 months one yet. 07 Arthur Liu. The beginning after the end. Fucking finally. Took you long enough to give me someone with mana. And is a guy with some good abilities too. Nice. 08 Rudius Greyret, Mushoku Tensei ha. Now we're talking. Magic in the world of Mushoku Tensei is very convenient. That's like manipulating the elements and the surroundings with mana. And Rudius has a lot of mana and talento. Good. 09 Mocked, So-So no Frieren? I remember reading this manga. It was nice. Isn't this guy a demon psychopath? Well, Johan is loyal, so I can use him. Maybe I can make him teach the magic of his world to me. Uses mana, so should be the same with all these Isekais, right? Sincerely, his magic is a little similar to Rudius' one. So should be better to summon him. 10. Kim Min's hero has returned. I see what you're doing here, Gacha. I'm not that much of an edgy lord like this guy. I only read the first 10 chapters of this manhwa. I don't even know how strong is this guy. But someone that finished an Isekai world can't be weak. Well, he is the last of the batch, so he should be stronger than Arthur and Rudius. Let's go for another batch. 01 Ebony and Ivory, Devil May Cry. Heh, that's cool. With infinite armor to the booth. This remembers me. I think it's time to create my anti-hero street-level persona. Red Hood or something like that? I need to think of a name. 02 Package, Barney Stinson, How I Met Your Mother. Heh, at least I will gain a wardrobe full of expensive suits. And let me read. Never take a bad photo. Always arrive fast when women are fighting. Mathematical intuition, and other bullshit gag powers. Heh, let's see how this work in real life. 03 Yuri Han, Street Fighter. So you don't give up, Hagacha? At least she is useful somewhat. I have a plan to create separate groups of the SCP. Like SCP Europe and SCP Asia. She can be part of the Asia one in the future. Wait, she didn't get along with Chun-Li, right? I will ask her later. 04 Background Customization Card. X03 Always good to have. 05 Special Birthmark, JoJo Series? What? Let me read this. Like the Joestars, you have a customizable birthmark that you pass to your descendants. The people of your bloodline will be guaranteed to inherit a part of your willpower, destiny, talent, protection, and others. OBS works retroactively if you already have a child. Interesting. This ensures that no child of mine will be a useless second generation at least. This is funny. Like I can gain any Joestar and I would gain this. But here I am just gaining one part of the whole. Like gaining a Batarang instead of Batman. Well, at least is customizable. There's no need to be a star. What should be? A chim? A skull? A sword? A tree? Maybe a spiral? 06 Charmcaster. Well indeed. If this isn't one of my childhood crushes. Ahem, it's better that I summon her. I already have other summons that can do magic. And she can teach me anyway. Ahem, it's only that, believe in it. 07 Power Boost Card. X02 Good, I have many powers, I need those things. I hope that in the future I start to gain in dozens of these with each roll. 08 Joker, DC Comics. To the volcano. HM? Ding, you had 2 cards that can be fused conceptually in a new character. You still don't have the fusion mechanic. A conceptual fusion? The Batman Who Laughs. So 2 pre-existing cards can make a new one. Like if I have Goku and Vegeta, I can make a Gogeta or Vegeto. Or a Jubi if I have all-tailed beasts. Sincerely, the Batman Who Laughs is not that impressive to me. I'm not bound by Batman's morals anyway. It's not impossible for me to go on this path. Do you think I'm a power-hungry bastard? You haven't seen anything? If I really want, in some years I can have the heart of the universe in my hands and become like astral regulator Thanos. But to this, I would need to abandon Earth to go to space. And this I can't do for now. And is not like I will receive Dr. Manhattan's powers with this fusion. Maybe with a Dr. Manhattan card, I can make the Darkest Night card. Well, to the volcano. 09 Dauntless Shard Power. Worm HM, what does this power do again? This shard can empower items by infusing them with a little bit of power each day, permanently enhancing them. You will constantly be charged with energy that can be stored in the items together with the power. Normally takes 20 to 30 hours so that you can have the energy for an enhancement. Beyond energy, you can imbue with your own predetermined power, controlling the direction of the growth of the item. This is big. This is what the character in Worm was capable of doing. Is this changed? If I'm not wrong, he can put his energy in an item and then the item will go leveling up. He has a daily limit too. But I can put my powers in the item. Because I have powers. This is like those magical enchantments, but with meta powers. I can make boots with airwalk, helmets that give telepathy, clothes that give hyper-regeneration. And daily charging for the item will make them eventually reach Omega level. This is fucking big. Top 10 things that I gained from the gacha till now. No top 5. To any other person would be a good power. To me, it's a fucking cheat. I need to do tests. But first, let's see the last card of the day. 10. Overgrown Rover, One Punch Man Heh, and the gacha ends beautifully. I finally gained a dog. No, a dog. Heh, now I finished the gacha. The beginning was a little different and almost made me want to enter in a coma to wait for the next month. But overall was very good. 50 cards and many are useful and a lot of characters. Yep, time to use a travel ticket to assimilate them. I paused to think a little and organize what I gained. Even if I gained a lot of characters, they're more of a potential summon than assimilations. With 3 slots, let's start with the main characters. Rudius Greyrat, Arthur Lewin, and Kim Mintz. Without hesitation, I start assimilating the 3 and notice the low percentage. They're all under 5%. Magica? And normally I gain knowledge during REM sleep, so I think will take a while for the numbers to go up. I don't even know all of their powers to test. Their skills or whatever. I raise my hand and try to imagine water condensing above my palm. Very easily and naturally, a ball of water the size of a basketball slowly appears. I think I go the gist of it. I murmur while compressing the thing to make ice. Okay, this is a little fun, better not to lose myself and waste time. I will have time later, because I plan to use a travel ticket to stay months in another world. There I will train and study without worries. I go to the page where I put my consumables and observe my travel tickets. Maybe I can do 2 travels. First, let's get things straight. The best worlds to travel are the ones where I can use my power manipulation to grow in strength fast. I made a list of worlds like that. Then, I can't go to the world with gods or other high-level beings. Well, I couldn't go there anyway, because I'm only gaining travel tickets of low and middle tier. The tiers are a little abstracts and I can't agree completely with them. From what I observed on the list of worlds I can go, it appears that the essence considers the overall medium strength of the people or things inhabiting the world. Low tier encompasses most of the slice of life animes. I'm saying anime, because I mostly received shonen travel tickets, but low tier worlds must be sitcoms and normal serious movies too. But Boku no Hero is a low tier world. He is one of the highest of the low tier, but still a low tier. The big 3 of One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach are mid-tier worlds. But the order is the opposite of how I mentioned. If I need to break it down into smaller tiers, Bleach would be a high-level middle-tier world, while Naruto and One Piece are low-level middle-tier worlds. The overall strength of the characters of Bleach is higher, this no one can't disagree. Naruto is a little higher than One Piece, by the way. This brought me a surprise. JoJo is a low-tier world. Yes, even with a bunch of bullshit powers, it is on the same level as Boku no Hero Academia. I can only theorize that the reason for this is the small number of characters with powers. Even ridiculous powers like Gold Experience Requiem and Made in Heaven can't increase the tier of the world. Much like All Might alone couldn't. Making that I would use the same level of travel ticket card to go to JoJo and to go to Komisen, I can't help but feel strange. Funny enough, To Love-Ru is a middle-tier world. Even if is an Eki world, has some ridiculous powerful people there. By the way, high-tier worlds are the obvious Marvel, DC, Dragon Ball, Tengen Toppa, Shin Megami Tensei, Saint Seiya, and others. Heck, for some reason, Star Wars is a high-tier world. I found it strange initially till I remember that there's still the unexplored areas of the galaxy and the cosmic horrors there. And I think the level of technology impacts a little. Not as much as the level of the characters, but still impacts on the tier. Now, after this brief summary about the essence of the tier list of the Omniverse, I will choose the world to amass strength. I cut a lot of options because of the lack of information and risks, like One Punch Man and Thor Majitsu worlds. I don't know the power ceiling of these worlds clearly, and I don't know if Imagine Breaker, my big reason to go to the Tor Majitsu world, is a power that I can copy now. I prefer waiting to have more options for acquiring powers before going there. And I'm not going to the One Punch Man world before I'm Superman level of power. Who knows how crazy the author was when he decided how strong Saitama truly is, and correspondingly how powerful God truly is. That guy is a fucking treasure trove to me, and I can't go there yet. But it's okay, I have other options. It's good that I waited for this month's roll. As expected, I gained travel tickets that I can use. I say as I retrieve a certain card is shown in setting travel ticket, low tier /1 day. The time will be a little tight, but I can make it. Third-person POV JoJo Bizarre Adventures World Timeline, Part 04 City of Morio, Japan's space shifts for an instant and someone appears in a grass field in the outskirts of Morio. No, not someone. 2 persons. So the essence really brought my 2 bodies here. Hector comments looking at himself at his side, as expected, just a part of the whole. Will be no different if I make extra limbs and make them fly away and then put them together to form a whole body. He says, heh, I'm in the JoJo world for 15 seconds and I'm already using detailed metaphors to explain things. Society influencing the individual? More like going with the flow. Anyway, let's start. With luck, I can acquire everything on the list. Hector comments while he senses to scan the city close. Then uses biofusion to become 1 again, and in the next second he divides himself into 4. Without a word, 3 Hectors fly away and the Hector that stayed blinks to appear above the city. Kona, are you there? He says softly while his eyes analyze the city, to you always, master. She answers immediately, so there are advantages in being a hybrid character/item. Hector concludes he didn't need to use a background card to bring Cortana, like he would need to bring the others. No need to act nice. Let go of knocking down the people with stand and copying their abilities till only the important people remain. He says before dipping down and invading the house of Kishibe Rohan. Italy's Hector. Yes, Hector doesn't put numbers in his incarnations because there's really no order or hierarchy. All are him and he is controlling the 4 bodies at the same time. Maybe the one that he is giving more attention to is the one in Morio and is also the one where Cortana's real body is resting on his heart. So that one can be considered the main one. But it's more for convenience's sake. If you're holding 4 cell phones where you need to pay attention to answer some messages, there will be one that you will rest your gaze constantly, only shifting the focus to the others when something happens. Italy's Hector, as his name is saying, is floating above Italy with a huge stack of leaflets above his head. There is literally a mountain of papers being held by him telekinetically. Hello, today we are going to do a speed run on the JoJo world and I will teach you guys how to acquire all this world has to offer efficiently. Italy's Hector jokes with a straight while flying around Italy raining leaflets. If you have the chance to come to this world and have a limited time, you need to choose wisely the part where you will arrive. He says like he is teaching in a guide. If you have some biokinesis like Alex Mercer, just go to the part 2 and become the ultimate life form. No need to think much. But if you are a power grabber motherfucker like me, the stands are what interests you. The part 3 stands are too simple, and the best power appears in the other parts too. So don't go there. The best part to come is obviously part 4. A bunch of stands concentrated in a small town, so even if you don't have the means to move around the world you will hit big. Italy's Hector continues to fly around letting the leaflets fall down on Italy. Another important thing to notice is that the parts 4 and 5 are separated from less than 2 years, so depending on how longer you can stay here you can have 2 for the price of 1. He stops after finally distributing the mountain of leaflets around Italy. People on the street are confusingly staring at the ridiculous quantity of paper flying around. Almost everyone grabs one to read the contents. Now you must be wondering what I'm doing if I'm nothing going around copying some stand's powers. You have to remember that the year is 1999. Information travels very slowly. Cortana can't help much in this world. I'm baiting the biggest fish of part 5, the guy that erased almost everything about him. He has no identity, so how could I find him? Well, I can brute force through and search him in every hole of this country. Italy is not that big. But I only have 24 hours, so let's make him move. Hector holds one leaflet in his hand and looks at the content. Diavolo, I know about you. Come to where you took that photo of Donatella, or I will reveal you to the world. It's the words written in the leaflet that anyone in Italy can read now. Diavolo is worse than me with his identity. Use your meta-knowledge well against him. And there's no need to mind the big commotion. You are here for only a limited time anyway. Go big. Italy's Hector says, continuing to act like he is teaching a tutorial, but Italy's Hector, how do you know Diavolo will fall for that? What if he gets even more cautious and hole himself up or runs away from the country? He imitates someone's voice. Excellent question, dear viewer. He will believe it because I used 2 facts to convince him that I know about him. The name Donatella and the event of the photo. And why he will make a move. Hector smirks. Assumptions are dangerous things. Like how I act like I don't know about a lot of things happening in the Marvel world and let people plot while I stay still, only observing and taking notes. Diavolo thinks that I don't know about Doppio. He will move as his other personality. He will feel safe this way, like my enemies on Marvel feel safe scheming against me. His smirk widens. Now I only need him to ride a train, ship or plane and Cortana will find him. Technology here is shit, but this much is possible. Then Hector looks down and starts moving at high speed, and while he doesn't appear, I can go grab the other stands. World's Hector. If the previous 2 Hectors are responsible in cover the 2 points of interest at this moment, Italy and Morio. World's Hector will travel around the world to grab the things of others' parts that exist at this moment. For example, Pucci already exists and many other stand users. But these are side quests. World's Hector's 2 main quests are grabbing the remnants of the 2 first parts. The legacy of when JoJo was a more simple manga. In a secluded and somewhat luxurious house, World's Hector moves like he owns the place till he is only a few feet away from the person he comes to meet. He pauses, looking at the old man taking a nap in a reclining chair. Joseph Joestar. Looking at this fragile old man brings mixed feelings to Hector. In some way, Hector accompanied this man's life history. From an idiot, a youngster that would run away and call this a technique, to an old man that would prank his grandson even after he only escaped from the hands of death. An idiot always, but a likable idiot. And now he is here, a senile old man. Hector feels a little melancholy. The only Hammond user of this day that I know. Hector comments before gently invading Joseph's mind and getting the knowledge he wants. He also copies the power of his stand and act hung babies one. Even if he doesn't think that is that useful to him. Now he can practice Hammond, but he doesn't leave immediately after some thought. He puts his hand on the old man's head. A gift. For the good memories, he says slowly. After turning around he chuckles. From the ones of my childhood and the good image of Lisa now. He smiles cheekily before disappearing to start his other mission. Space Hector passing through the atmosphere. Space Hector pauses to look around. This gonna be hard. He uses all his powers to try to feel the surroundings before starting to fly away from the planet. There's another remnant of the part 2 beyond Joseph and Hammond. The ultimate lifeform Kars is out there, in space. Morio as Hector in a remote, but somewhat good, neighborhood of Morio. A car stops at a traditional Japanese house. A blonde man calmly leaves the car and finds himself surprised when he meets a teenager in his yard. And you are? Yashikage, Kira asks with a frown. His mind already running on 1,000 possibilities. The serial killer with a lot of secrets, who always tries to act inconspicuously, will obviously get off the loop if someone appears at his home. It doesn't matter who I am. It matters who you are. Hector says slowly, a smile growing on the edge of his mouth. I do know you. Your name is Yashikage Kira. You're 33 years old. Your house is in the northeast section of Morio, where all the villas are, and you are not married. You work as an employee for the KMU department stores, and you get home every day by 8 p.m. at the latest. Don't smoke, but you occasionally drink. You're in bed by 11 p.m. and make sure to get 8 hours of sleep, no matter what. After having a glass of warm milk and doing about 20 minutes of stretches before going to bed, you usually have no problem sleeping until morning. Just like a baby, you wake up without any fatigue or stress in the morning. You're told there were no issues at your last checkup. I understand that you're a person who wishes to live a very quiet life. You take care not to trouble yourself with any enemies, like winning and losing, that would cause you to lose sleep at night. That is how you deal with society, and you know that is what brings you happiness. Although, you believe that if you were to fight you wouldn't lose to anyone. Hector says with a straight face. Every word said makes Yashikage Kira's face gets uglier and uglier. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Hector couldn't help but smirk. Then without any warning, Yashikage Kira's stand Killer Queen is already advancing toward Hector to chop him. Hef, he smirks when nothing hits him. It took a second to Kira notice that instead of hands, only 2 bloody stumps remains on his arms. His hands fall on the ground a second later. Knowing your hand fetish, I think this punishment very fitting. Hector starts to walk calmly at him, and most of Stan's powers are activated with their hands. You know that? Not even the world over heaven escapes this limitation. He stretches his hand towards the kneeling, and in pain, serial killer. But he is interrupted, and turning around quickly, he catches a flying photo that is holding an arrow. Finally showing yourself. Ah, it's so easy when you know the people. Hector comments while tearing the arrow from the hands of the old man in the picture and then unceremoniously burning it to cinders with blue flames. Now. He slowly turns around to the now inoffensive serial killer. Time to pay. Is this the place, Jotaro-san? Jasuke Higashikata asks after him. Jotaro, Okuyasu and Koichi get out of the vehicle. Don't look like the place where a bastard killer would live. Okuyasu comments looking at the yard of the traditional Japanese residence. This guy must be loaded. Well, that's the address that was written in the note. Koichi says checking the paper again. They cross the stone path in the yard, finally arriving at the front facade of the house. There they find someone. Koichi, you are truly a reliable guy. Hector says with a smile that only he understands. He is sitting on the steps of the front of the house nonchalantly. Between his fingers he plays with an arrow. That's the arrow. Okuyasu shouts pointing at him. Is he the guy? Jotaro doesn't say anything. He narrows his eyes looking at Hector. By his age, he can't be the serial killer. I knew that if you received a letter explaining everything you would go for Jotaro first, eventually joining everyone to come at me, without the need of me going after you guys. And then I could do other things. Hector comments casually. His arm goes behind his back. Everyone tenses seeing that. He pauses seeing their reactions and smiles reassuringly. Slowly he retrieves what is behind him. Yashikage Kira's head. This is the guy you are all searching for? You can ask the ghost girl later, or check the house now. There's a lot of evidence inside. He says putting the head at his side. Some make faces seeing the detached head, which looks like the rest of the body exploded. If he is the guy. Who are you? Jotaro finally asks eyeing Hector. Hector look at him. Thinking about the next world. You really have the drip, Jotaro-san. He jokes and his stand D4C leaves his body. Everyone tenses again. They stands ready, but D4C doesn't move. I don't want to fight. Hector comments, let me put some good faith by showing my stand. Then he continues, it could sound bizarre. But I'm not from here. From this universe. My stand allows me to travel multiple realities and I come here to meet you guys. He says half-truths. The world, the hand, and crazy diamond. I want to copy these powers so that I can protect my world better. Can you guys allow? I assure you all that there's no loss. He extends his hands and smiles innocently. That's it? Okay then. Jasuke says easily. The people around look at him. Even Hector looks at him strangely before throwing himself back to laugh. Jasuke-san, I don't know if it's a good idea to agree that easily. We should make sure first. Koichi comments. Hector stops laughing and after a long breath to stabilize himself he says, You're a nice guy, Jasuke? And sorry Koichi, I don't have much time. I could say some things to Jotaro-san to make him believe in me a little. Like the fact, I know that he read a diary in Egypt about reaching the heaven. I even know the content, the sacrifices, the coordinates. Hector says slowly, enough. Jotaro interrupts him and frowns. He prefers to not involve the rest of his group in this subject. Hector smiles in understanding and says, I can give some valuable information in exchange for the copy of your powers. As a guy that can travel multiple realities, knowledge is something that I don't lack, he comments. I don't trust you. There's a lot of holes in your story. Jotaro says seriously. He can feel that Hector is being truthful in some way, but he also can notice some hidden intentions. Hector sighs, as expected, and I can't blame you guys either. I also wouldn't agree that easily. This is why I need to be sneaky when copying powers. He then stands up slowly, sorry but I can't back down on it. Hector looks at them, any playfulness now gone. Invisible pressure assaults all four of them. It appears that in the end, we will solve this with our fists. Once again, everyone prepares themselves for a battle. Hector eyes them, as expected of Jotaro, you really have a great battle IQ. Already judged that my stand is good at close combat, so you stay close to these rocks so that you can throw at me to create an opening during the world of stop time. And also keeping yourself in the range to help and be helped by your allies. Hector claps, but the Jotaro that I know wouldn't back down from a fist fight either, right? Hector then started to slowly walk toward Jotaro. We can't beat the shit out of each other without getting close, Jotaro. He smirked while approaching. You know a lot. Jotaro comments and adjusts his hat before slowly starting to walk in Hector's direction too. Hector's smile widens. He is living in the moment right now. He can't even bear to end this fight fast. When they reach the 2-meter distance from each other, their stands move from their bodies and advance to crash fists. Bang, a small shockwave is generated by the contact. And as standard, they exchange 1,000 of punches in some seconds. D4C is silent while Star Platinum shouts, Aura, with each punch. Exclamation point. But Jotaro notices something is wrong. Cracks are appearing on the knuckles of Star Platinum. Dirty deeds done dirt cheap? The stand of the main villain of the Part 7. His stats are equal to Star Platinum, all of them are A, with a range of 2 meters. But in the beginning, in the next day after Hector gained the gacha, he tested a power boost card in D4C to see if it could awaken Love Train, an ability that D4C only awaken later in special circumstances. The test was a failure. There, Hector discovered that it takes some cards to something have a breakthrough and evolve. But the card was not wasted. It increased all physical abilities of D4C, including its range. Now it can go as far as 5 meters. If before, D4C was on the same level as Star Platinum, now he can completely overwhelm Jotaro's stand. Jotaro himself is surprised. Only another stand could be equal to Star Platinum physically, and he thinks Crazy Diamond has the same potential. He judges that he was going to lose. Star Platinum, the world. He doesn't hold back anymore. From the gem on Star Platinum's forehead, a time wave expands and clock noises are heard by Jotaro before the world goes completely still. Now he can end this. It's what he thinks. Interesting. He hears a voice that he shouldn't have heard in this world that belongs only to him. Right there, an impossible sight is presented to his eyes. The youngster is moving normally. Even the youngster looks surprised by the development. The youngster's appearance also changed. I don't fear your power to stop time because you can't hurt me anyway, he says calmly while looking at his own hands, but this is an interesting development. Right now, Hector's hair is white, only the edges maintaining a darker color. His eyes are brilliant purple and there are golden marks below his eyes and arms. Static Void. The trump card of Arthur Lay Win. Hector says calmly, it shouldn't be possible with this level of assimilation, but was forcefully activated as a defense mechanism, like when you put your hands in front of your face to stop a fall. He says he looks at the percentage assimilation going up fast and smiles. It's rare when I like surprises. By the way, these 5 seconds are lasting too much. Typical JoJo moment. He laughs before attacking. Koichi fell on his but seeing the scene before him. All of his friends lay defeated while the enemy stands tall and victorious. Heh, this guy pulled me by erasing space to fucking kick me in the face. Hee, I don't hate idiots like you, Ukuyasu. He laughs while touching the delinquent-looking guy. After the time stopped and Hector one-shot Jotaro, he made quick work of the rest. Don't worry, they will wake up in some minutes. These guys are resilient and have a lot of willpower. Hector turns to Koichi and then he appears before him like he teleported. No, like he stopped time? Heh, I'm liking this power already. He says before crouching down to pat the head of Koichi, now it's proved that I don't have bad intentions, right? Here, gives this to Jotaro when he wakes up, it's about the legacy of Dio. Hector delivers a paper. Koichi doesn't know if he should trust him this time. Bye-bye, Koichi. In another timeline, we will be friends. Hector starts to walk away and waves his hand. Tell Jotaro to spend more time with his daughter. Who knows if she will end up in jail or something? There's more to life than dolphins. Koichi watches Hector moves away in a good mood. He is even singing to himself, Ocean Man, take me by the hand, lead me to the land that you understand. Ocean Man, the voyage to the corner of the globe is a real trip, Hector sings to himself while walking on the streets of Morio. The stand arrow being twirled by his fingers. He is in a good mood by being able of acquiring good powers and even met interesting people, even if the circumstances are not ideal. Now I have another countermeasure against the Infinity Gauntlet. Only the Reality Stone continues tricky. He says while thinking, I need to test if those powers will work properly in my universe too. He continues to walk away casually, just to make sure that he took every interesting power here. I already went on the Trattoria Trasardi to take Pearl Jam powers and went for Kishibe to Heaven's Door. There's some shit stands too, but not interested. He goes over the list again. Now, I need to make a decision, he says and looks down at his hand. He looks at the stand arrow with a pensive expression. After a long time, he shrugs his shoulders, whatever. It's too risky. I can gain powers easily. What if comes a bad stand like that one that stays on your back and the one of the tower? Or I could die, he would be so shitty. He says and puts the arrow away. He continues to walk calmly to the streets till, as fucking if. He retrieves the arrow and holds it ready to stab his other hand. I'm not that much of a pussy. Since I went from the My Hero Academia world, I decided to not rely only on the gacha. His face becomes fierce and a dangerous glint appears in his eyes at the gamble. I will seek my own power. I will make my own magic. All others are only the foundation. I'm not Batman or any other guy. I'm Hector, goddammit, bring it on. He stabs himself with all his strength, the arrow going deep into his palm. He feels like he has just been electrocuted. Something spread through his body, going even further and spreading through his mind too. He observes the bizarre situation of the arrow practically dissolving to enter in his hand, passing through his wrist. It's a one-time use only? He feels his eyes heavy, maybe has a limited durability like items in games? He can't keep himself awake. He only has the presence of mind to teleport to an abandoned house before falling to the ground. His energy's going haywire in his body, like there's a fierce fight. It's better to be a fucking godly stand. It's the last thing he murmurs before falling asleep. In the ground, a gray aura envelopes his body, and a towering figure slowly appears behind his back. Around the world and space, all other bodies also fall asleep. They only have time to seek a safe place. BZ Hector's body in Morio spasms for a second before he sits straight in the next second. For how long I slept? He asks while cracking his neck. Exactly 1 hour, master. Cortana answers. She used one of the countermeasures to shook him awake or out of some control. I don't know if I did good. She was indecisive for some time, not knowing if waking him up would mess up with the process. You did well. It took some time indeed. I was half conscious during the whole thing. It was like something scanned my very being to give me the stand. My desires, will, dreams, personality. I unconsciously resisted at first. He comments while looking at himself, so it went well? Cortana asks, still a little unsure. At this point, a big grin splits Hector's face. It's the fucking jackpot of my travel here. Finally, I have. He pauses dramatically and laughs, Stando Powa. And his stand appears over his shoulder. Worlds Hector, Central America. A ball of earth crumbles, revealing Hector that made a quick defense to himself when he noticed that he was going unconscious. Ugh. I lost a little of time, he dusted himself before continuing to scan the ruins. This is already the 12th one, and he already investigated dozens of underground caves. He moves and moves. Went all around the world, using X-ray vision to look at everything where there was a remote chance of him finding what he is looking for. Did the Speedwagon Foundation get rid of all of them? It's possible, they have almost 60 years of head start. He murmurs while passing through some hidden temple. Oh! Hector appears surprised before he moves fast, appearing in front of a wall. He phases through it, appearing above a tunnel that goes even more underground. He laughs when he flies down 100 meters, finally arriving in a small space. His vision can pierce through the darkness. In truth, he doesn't even need his eyes. Within, he can feel everything. He extends his hand to retrieve the object before teleporting away. Now, high in the sky, he reappears holding the famous stone mask from the JoJo world. The thing capable of turning people into vampires. Calcium? And other materials that I don't recognize? Is this made of the bones of the Pillar Men? And maybe some meteorites? He analyzes the ugly thing. To be even more sure, he cuts his finger and smears the mask with a little of blood. Clank spikes sprout from the mask. Anyone seeing that would think that this is a killer object. One step closer. Hector says before putting the mask away, the mission of this body is complete. He even met Pucci and other people. But let's continue to look around till the end of the time. Maybe I can find more things. He disappears again. Space. Hector sighs in space. His hand is behind his back and he looks like he is relaxing. The mission failed. He thinks in resignation. Karsa's body is nowhere to be found. It's obvious, but space is huge. If Kars left Earth's magnetic field, he could be light years away from here. Earth is also moving at ridiculous speeds in a certain direction. Relativity says the why we don't feel it. If Karsa's initial propulsion moved him away from it and he is now going in the opposite direction, almost 60 years of flying without anything to hinder his path. No air resistance, nothing. And Kars turned himself into a rock, so Hector can't feel his life force and top UT the last nail on the coffin? He stopped thinking. So Hector can't even try to feel his mind with his Omega-level telepathy. Luck and destiny, it's not by his side on this. Hector is sad, but somewhat he is tranquil too. He remembers some quotes from a novel of his other life. Fong Yuan from the novel Reverend Insanity said something about the unpredictability of life. Man proposes and the heavens disposes. Life is unpredictable, but this is why life is interesting. Even this helplessness when things don't go your way has its charm. Hector smiles serenely. It's okay. I only need to use a ticket to come back here in the future. Maybe even join Joseph and save Caesar. Maybe even become Joseph's stepfather. He laughs before flying back to the planet. Maybe he is looking for a reason to come back here and enjoy some bizarre adventure. Italy. Hector Giorno Giovanna, it's not having a gold experience right now. He just tried to scam a tourist in his taxi. But when he took off with the man's luggage, the man was suddenly inside the car like nothing happened. He is sweating looking at the man calmly sitting on the back of the car. With his legs crossed, the man asks, "Why did you stop?" "The traffic." Giorno says, pointing to the cars stopped in front of him, "There's a lot of space on the sidewalk." Hector points, exclamation point. "Did he wants me to run over the pedestrians?" Giorno thinks Hector, then laughs, "Sorry, just messing with you. A little revenge for what your father did to Senator Phillips, the last good politician. The guy paid 50 times more in taxes than an ordinary person. That was rare." This only confuses Giorno further, but he doesn't have time to think before he was put to sleep. He still doesn't know, but he has his stand. Like Trish, he has since he is a child but still didn't manifest. Hector says before starting to copy the life-giver powers of Golden Experience. Giorno is born in 1985. In the year of 1987, due to Dio's influence, everyone from the Joestar bloodline awakened their stand. It's the whole plot of Part 3. The Crusaders have to go save Jotaro's mother. So Giorno has the stand, but he still doesn't know it. If I remember well, he must awaken this in a year. Thanks for the ride. Hector leaves after giving a big tip and waking up the confused Giorno. In the streets of the city of Sardinia, a pink-haired man walks nervously around. Doppio finally used a plane to move and he has been found out. He looks around, biting his nail, like he is afraid of anyone jumping on him. Then he heard someone calling him at his side. "Hey dude, there's a phone call to you." A young man says to him and gives him a rock the size of a hand. "Oh yeah? Thank you." Doppio completely ignores the fact that this is a rock and took it like it's a phone and put it on his ear. "Hello." The surprising thing is that someone really answers him. "Doppio. This is the enemy. Run away now." The boss shouts in an alarmed tone, exclamation point. Doppio quickly looks to the one who gives him the rock/phone. Hector stands there with a big smile, thinking this is very funny. "Your schizophrenia warned you of the truth because only I could know that." Peh. Doppio throws the rock/phone at Hector and runs away. Hector watches him push people to escape without doing anything. The guy is even more paranoid than me. In his mind, he could have killed me from this distance, but he don't want to do it in the middle of the street. Hector starts leisurely following him. He calculated and knows that he has time to spare. Doppio runs for his life till he is in a secluded part of the city, close to a cliff that has a view of the beach. He breathes hard and holds his chest. "This is the place that you choose for your eternal rest?" He hears a voice at his side. He quickly turns around to see Hector standing there calmly. The view is beautiful at least. The sun is rising. "You," Doppio starts saying, but Hector seems to teleport away to some distance. The distance is just far enough so that Doppio can't reach him in 10 seconds. Seeing Doppio's face, Hector smirks. "Why don't you let the boss come out? I think I will feel better if I don't beat a mentally ill dude." Then something amazing happens to Hector. Doppio also seems to disappear. Doppio disappears and Diavolo appears at half the distance from Hector. Oh, Hector's eyes widen at this bullshit ability. In the corner of his eye, he can see the digital clock in his HUD. He erased 5 seconds of time. So the cooldown will be only 5 seconds, then he will erase 10 to reach me and end me in one move. Hector analyzes. He already considered that I know about his stand and is using small moves to give me a small sense of security. But Hector still doesn't make a move and just looks at the villain of Part 5. A psychoanalyst would have a field day with you. 2 personalities and your body change greatly when shifting from one to another. Bone structure, muscle mass, hair eyes. Truly bizarre. Peh. 5 seconds passed. Diavolo didn't say anything and also didn't move. Question mark. Hector tilts his head. "Oh yeah, you can see the future? You saw that your attack didn't work, huh?" Diavolo starts to sweat profusely. Of all the people that Hector met, he maybe was the first that truly understand how fucked he was when face to face with this monster. It's a little funny seeing such a terrifying villain acting like that. To Diavolo, he was seeing all possible futures. Fighting, running away, begging for mercy, and in all of them only reserves despair to him. His ability to erase time for 10 seconds looks so limited now. He can't run far enough. There's nothing of him to do. "If you're not coming," Hector says before appearing just a foot away from Diavolo. In fright, the villain activates King Crimson and goes to the world of erase time. All the sounds disappear while he looks at this monster. He erased time only fast enough to see Hector's stand come out. Hector's true stand. A humanoid figure emerges from Hector and extends his hand at Diavolo's neck. The stand color scheme is white, black, and blue. It looks like a human, like Star Platinum. His skin and eyes are blue, his tight-fitting clothes are with, and some points, of what looks like a protections, are black. His cloth on the upper body covers all of his torso and lower face but leaves his arms exposed. And in his lower body, he has a waist cape and a protection in the middle. The stand is muscular like Eidolon, and on the top of his head a white crown-like thing, that looks like horns as much that looks like an angelic halo adorns his features. The halo is broken in the middle, and this is what made it look like horns that envelop his head. Diavolo moves out of the way to escape the stand grip, but something surprises him. The stand's sky blue eyes follow him in this world. Exclamation point. Luckily, the body of the stand doesn't follow like his eyes. But it looks like the stand is aware of Diavolo's presence. Diavolo doesn't know, but this is the result of Hector's high spiritual awareness and spider sense. Diavolo circles Hector cautiously. He needs to time it right. He can only strike people after he used his ability. He will strike even if the future is bleak. Things go back to normal, and the arm of King Crimson drops down on a chop at Hector's neck. But Hector's stand acts faster than the eye can see and grabs King Crimson's wrist. Nita. Hector turns his head to look at Diavolo's scrunched face. Sorry, but King Crimson is no match. Hector's stand color scheme is white, black, and blue. White like the clouds, black like the night, and blue like the clear sky. To my Mr. Blue Sky. Hector says his choice of a name. Then the body of Mr. Blue Sky morphs, becomes elastic, and goes around King Crimson like a snake, impeding the stand to move. Your next words will be, elasticity? Is this the power of your stand? Elasticity? Is this the power of your stand? Diavolo says and stops himself in surprise. You're not the only one that can see the future. Hector smirks. Diavolo uses King Crimson again. During the world of erased time, he is untouchable. King Crimson phases out the grip of Mr. Blue Sky. Diavolo puts some distance between him and Hector. When his ability ends, both the eyes of Hector and of Mr. Blue Sky are already looking at Diavolo. Juch. The man is gritting his teeth already. It's not elasticity, Hector says. He is still acting casually. Not only elasticity. Hector's fingers go to his chin and he looks pensive. Maybe I could surrender myself to the ways of this world and reveal my ability. Will make no difference anyway. Mr. Blue Sky moves his arms at Diavolo. Diavolo with much effort tries to move out of the way, after seeing the future. But in the next instant, the attack already happened and his legs are falling far away from his body. He is breathing hard, seeing hope diminish at each second. That's the first ability of Mr. Blue Sky. My way. Hector says while walking calmly to Diavolo, he can use my powers. It's all the explanation that he gives. He looks very happy. But Diavolo's face blanks. Ha! You truly don't understand. I think is natural. Hector laughs them sighs to himself. Let me rephrase it. Mr. Blue Sky can tap all of my powers and he has physical stats compared to me. He can fight by my side. If I stop time for 5 seconds, when it's over he stops time more 5 seconds. He can overlap my body to give me a boost. Hector steps on Diavolo's chest. It's a fucking boost of almost 100% in my overall strength, Diavolo. Don't you fucking understand how big this is? I'm twice strong now. Underscore 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 stand. Mr. Blue Sky namesake. Mr. Blue Sky. Electric Light Orchestra. Stats destructive power. Speed. Range. C2M. Durability. Precision. Development potential. Infinity underscore 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 first ability. My way, born from Hector's tendency of doing everything by himself. The stand can replicate all of Hector's powers and he grows with Hector too, albeit it takes time to catch up. Limitation. It can't replicate magic and other power systems, like jutsus. It don't have aura, mana, and other energies by himself, still used Hector's reserves. Namesake, my way. Frank Sinatra. For what is a man, what has he got? If not himself, then he has not. Underscore 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 second ability. Underscore 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 Hector sighs. Ha! I wasted my hype with you. Mr. Blue Sky moves and now removes Diavolo's arms. Now you're a turd too. This way, It doesn't matter if he used his ability to erase time, there's nothing more he can do. Without losing more time, Mr. Blue Sky goes and touches Diavolo's head. This is another good thing, the stand can use power manipulation for Hector. Very useful to be sneaky. But Hector still needs to be careful because he made some tests in the Marvel Universe and noticed that some people can feel stands. Many minutes later, Mr. Blue Sky stops. And without another word, Hector starts leaving. You still don't have the Requiem arrow, too bad. But I have a hunch that I couldn't use right now, anyway. Hector eyes his own stand. There's always power boost cards. Diavolo continues to stay on the ground immobile, that's it? He will not care about me anymore. Another one bites the dust. It's the last thing he hears before he explodes. Mr. Blue Sky, King Crimson. Hector murmurs before the world changes around him. He looks around seeing these changes and tries to feel what he can impact. He is trying to understand how King Crimson truly works. Hector erases time once, but nothing seemed to change. People don't even notice. Then he sees a cliché occurrence of a girl almost being Isekai'd by a truck. He erases time, and the world changes. His senses sharpen and everything appears to move slowly. He approaches the inevitable accident. The girl is paralyzed while the truck approaches her. If Hector does nothing, when the erasing time ended, no one will see the moment of impact. Only the girl as a pool of gore. I see. Hector extends his hand and punches the girl. Not at the girl, at the moment of the impact the truck on her. He punched that second? He punched time. Like a mirror reality cracked? In the street, everyone is wide-eyed. The girl is still paralyzed in the same place, but untouchable. The truck is many meters away from her. No, the truck already passed her. It's possible to see marks in the asphalt of the tires and some places that the truck hit before stopping in a wall. What just happened? Someone murmurs in disbelief, a miracle. In another part of the city, Hector sits on a bench close to the beach. I understand now. I can choose what is erased. He comments looking at his palm. Then a smile blossom on his face, erasing time. Manipulate cause and effect. Alter fate. So that's is. He says with a smirk splitting his face, but is Mr. Blue Sky's deep voice that finishes, King Crimson no Nurioku. Like Emma Frost once said, Eidolon's enemies don't have enough imagination to measure him. No one but Cortana is witness to the growth of this monster. No one knows his depths, and they will be for a hell of a surprise. Ayan. Hello there, a gacha half joking and half serious. First of all, let me say, Hector will not summon not even 80% of those women. I just want to see how down bad you guys are. A little spoiler, in the future he will gain the mechanic of recycling 3 cards for a new. So you guys know where cards like Show Tucker and the Joker will go. It's only that. This chapter is too big anyway. Next chapter? The True Travel Arc notes, it's a rant. I can't be cancelled. My pronouns also are they/them, but not because I'm part of the LGBT+ community. But is because I can be literally for people. Hector, probably. Hello there, seizing the momentum with this joke, let me talk about some things and answer some questions and doubts of you all. It's not that bad of an idea to have a big author's note every 20 chapters or so. And we're entering in another important arc after all. First, about the senseless complaints. It's annoying. Do you know there are people that even complain about my notes at the end of the chapter? It ruins the immersion, and the author gives spoilers of his own work. I rolled my eyes right now, you guys didn't see. First, let's talk about the last chapters. I was prepared from the beginning from the divided opinions. Since the whole Mary Jane slice of life, to the revenge chapter and even the gacha. I'm not surprised, only disappointed. Normally, reading the comments of my chapters and one of the high points of my day. The reviews, the memes, references, chains, the valid opinions and suggestions. Even a simple cheese makes me smile. I'm not feeling this way recently. I click on the notification with a sigh already. Calling the chapter useless, a filler, and bad. Again, I was prepared for that. Even with the increase of this type of comment and review recently, the positive ones still outnumber them by a lot. But There are so many dumb things that people say. It looks like they didn't read. It's my work even reaching you guys? What's the point then? This is a hobby. I like to write. I can continue to myself without a problem. Allow me to be a little specific. I already commented about Mary Jane and the importance of her character and that chapter to the emotional development of the MC and the way he sees people and women from the Marvel world. Okay, I will not dwell on that. The ones that had their opinions changed are already convinced, and the ones that hate MJ and think everything with her is useless will not change. Ignore when she appears. But let's move forward to the revenge chapter. People still call that chapter filler. Dude? Sai saying that the first part is useless, it doesn't even look like a Marvel fanfic. There's no world development. See? That chapter was not even for that. It's not for world development. It was to character development. Can people think? Stupid is me that accepts these complaints and puts an effort into giving a little of world development in each chapter. Making the chapter longer and tiring myself, just to please you guys. A certain reader suggested that I use things from Marvel if I wanted to show the evil of humanity in that chapter. To make things interesting. That was a valid suggestion. It's okay. It's not only distilled hate. And I thought about that. There are a lot of evil people in Marvel. There's a therapist that gaslight her patient in suicide so she can take the powers that it comes from a stone. There's Bullseye and many other horrible characters. I could have used that, but it would lose the impact. The thing is, everything there was real. Close to us. This put us closer to the MC and his hero work, right? You can feel it more than if he catches a falling plane? This cements him as more than a reactive hero. We see the good that he is doing close to the little people, like Spider-Man, but in a global scale. He is doing what no one else can or want to do. We're seeing why he is Earth's greatest, the foundation of his incredible reputation that we will see in the future. We are seeing how he is earning the admiration and respect of the public. He is more than a showman that saves and says a cheesy line. We are seeing him going through the worst and still keeping with his ideals. We all know that he has a dark side, and we saw him winning against it. Little by little. But, did you guys really saw that? Doesn't look like it. Anyway, it's okay. That chapter is the foundation for many others in the future. Trust the process. Now, the most recent chapter. I'm sighing again. You know, after all that ugly feels bad chapter of revenge, I did that. Chapter with care in my heart. First, we have the cemetery visit. The closing of a circle. From the naive boy worried about surviving alone in this new and dangerous world to the now somewhat seasoned guy. Reinforcing his promise even after everything. He matured but kept the child alive. We will still have the guy that has a bucket list of weeb things to do, but he is more serious now. He matured without losing a positive outlook in life. Even after seeing the evil and ugly shit, he chooses to continue. That's great in my opinion. But well, cringe, I guess, right? Author, if you're planning to make your MC a goody two-shoes from the beginning, you should have told us. Look at this. Didn't I already tell you about his duality? He will not start acting like Superman out of the blue. Didn't I already establish that? The next scene of that chapter is the MC literally checking the corpses of the people whom he experimented on. And someone says if he will be a Superman. Frankly, this is a problem with you guys. One paragraph and you guys forget all the build-up that I did before. It was the same in the BNHA arc. I made a lot of chapters showing how he will try to be good, but not be naive. And he has a dark side. In the chapter, before he steals, all for one, he literally says, "What I will do is downright evil, but will be worth in the end. I can repay them." I literally spoiled the whole arc. But when you guys saw his actions from other people's perspectives, all hell broke loose. You guys know of all the negative reviews at that time on how that was out of character. The reviews are still there, by the way. You can go check. I don't delete reviews. It's a good deterrent to stupid people. The first line of defense, I guess. I think you guys don't trust me. Maybe is because is simple fanfic. You all are waiting for me to mess up in some way. It's the whole Rem thing too. The harem haters are waiting for the novel to become filled with smut or something like that. Trust the process. Continuing about that chapter. Afterward, there's the scientific part, talking about the serum, which is something big and important in the future. See, I squeezed some development there. The same thing in the chapter on revenge, the stalking of Hydra to show the world a little, and the building of the raft. I put in an effort. But if you are expecting big plots of movies every chapter, not even Oda can do that. Now, let's talk about the last gacha. TSK. I was surprised when people called the gacha useless and hated on it. I guess it was because of the 10 initial girls. A person can't even joke. I predicted it and even said at the end of the chapter that most of them would not be summoned. Chill out. But I think some people forget about a simple detail. It's small. You guys must forget all the time that the gacha is a gacha. It's not a reward. It will eventually have miss. It's normal. Don't be surprised if one day he only receives power boost cards. It's a gacha. It will happen. Well, with the exception of the guaranteed good card of the batch, obviously. The truth is, you guys couldn't even keep track of so many things that he gained. Be real. So instead of giving him a bunch of generic stuff, I decide to make a joke with a bunch of hot characters to celebrate the start of his harem. What's the problem? Some are good too. That was the gacha where he gained mana. So important, and you guys focused on the joke. Focus on the mana and on the Dauntless card. That is the prize. Only these few cards make the role worthwhile. You guys will freak out when he eventually gains nothing good. Very entitled, you know? And another important thing. He chooses if he summons someone. You all say a lot of girls and is already thinking everyone will be summoned and the MC is a horn dog. Did I already establish that he is not like that? About the JoJo part. There's not much to say. As usual, people call it filler. Even if it's a good way to slowly make the MC and the readers get out of his depressive mood. Having a little fun with the references, and he gained a huge power boost with his stand. But is a filler, I guess. Everything that is not an epic battle deciding the fate of the universe is filler. So here we are. I explain step by step what I'm writing. Meta writing. The inception of writing. Now I ask, it's really necessary? You know guys, I put a lot of thought into this story. Believe in me. Since the beginning. Do you want me to prove it right now? The first gacha has a lot of clues on how this story would develop. It was there. When you read a story, you can see where it's going or what type of story is from the beginning. Let's use harem as an example. In the first few chapters, you can guess if there will be a harem in a cultivation novel. The first gacha gave the MC Shago, and he commented on it. Heck, I even make him think about this after his parents died just to prepare you guys and make things clear. It looked a little out of the moment, but I think is realist to think about this shit as a coping mechanism. Many still complained. But let's be real, it's a gacha fanfic. Did you guys enter without expecting a harem? I talked about summons because I know many didn't like it. I showed his morality by giving him funny Valentine and making him kill the invaders of his home. The D4C stand also makes clear that there are other versions of him in the multiverse, but he is the main one. Another thing that concerned you guys. I gave him the stand made in heaven to already show the limitation of the gacha so that no one can complain about it being nerfed. Everything was there. From the beginning. And comes a guy that read till the moment of Shago to give a 1-star review of harem is trash. Make me a favor and get out in chapter 3, please? I made a lot clear from the start. Going on. The next arc will be good to really took our MC from his depressive streak. We'll have some parallels with the BNHA arc. Will be possible to see the difference between the him from the past from the him now. But then, I'm already prepared for your comments. Is this even a Marvel fanfic? This arc is taking so long? We spent more than 20 chapters in Marvel. Avengers, X-Men, Spider-Man, Jessica Jones and many others. 2 arcs, movie worth, of the plot. So I would try to take the focus off of the external world to the internal world of the MC, and there's hate. And I bet my left hand if I progress things fast, would have people saying, this story goes too fast, and doesn't develop things properly, anyway, that's my style. There's one thing that I don't like about most of the fanfics. Is most of the development of MCs. It's typical. The MC was a loser on his last life. But suddenly he is a gigachad handworker in this life simply after a paragraph of, I'm in a new world, I will make it worth. That's not how people are. Change is gradual. The assimilation process is a response to that from me. An answer. Again, I think about my story people. I'm doing something different. The guy already has all the power of many characters. Why don't you sit and watch Hector grow too? He learns heroism and villainy in the BNHA world. He sees things that people normally don't see. He met many people with many life perspectives. You can see him absorbing these things. It's more than the assimilation process of the essence. Even from Mary Jane he absorbed good things and matured. Nothing is useless. Maybe is boring to you. But life is a roller coaster. It goes up and down and goes fast and slow sometimes. That's the story I want to write. If it's not your cup of tea, you can always delete it from your library. The next chapters will be out of Marvel. Already giving a warning. Will be good to settle the more positive outlook of the MC. The act of being a hero is slowly becoming the truth. But he will not be a goody two-shoes that don't kill or can't do evil things when necessary. I will finish this next travel arc and then, I don't know, maybe take a break. Maybe stop. Maybe give up on the many non-MCU arcs and just push forward Thanos invasion and end of the novel. Anyway, to the one that like my writing. Thank you. I appreciate all the love and is what keeps the story here in this website. That I plan to release a chapter tomorrow, but it will be short. Stay warned. Most of you guys complain about waiting 2 weeks. Please, in other sites with this length would not be weird to wait a month. Talking about that, this is a recurring comment on the reviews. Saying that the update stability is bad. Whatever. Let's talk about the reviews and the rating. I think it's 4.6 now. I'm okay with that. I would give my story 4.5. Nothing is perfect. Rereading I think about things that I should have approached better, some wanky dialogues. These personal critiques. The grammar has issues too. I know. I read all reviews. And there's surprisingly a lot. 5:40 while I writing this. Thanks for the support, love you all. There are a lot of low rating reviews obviously. A bunch that are a legacy of the BNHA arc and a bunch about harem. Yes, literally, it's a harem and the 1 star. Okay, I guess. Not gives much to work. Funny how actually the MC is in a relationship with only one girl. But okay. This is the thing about not trusting me again. Waiting for me to mess up. Trust the process. But ignoring the people that simply hate harem. A certain reader commented on his worry about many female characters around the MC. I think that was after the introduction of Madeline Pryor. Okay, a valid worry. Let's talk about that. First, we already settled that the guy will not fuck everyone, right? But you guys must understand that he will live eternally. Off-screen. He will probably have an infinite harem that you guys will never see. So I keep these things open. Don't worry, I will develop things properly if there's a romance. But let's talk about one-night stands. It can happen, right? Can our MC and She-Hulk or Lady Sif have some night of passion without strings attached? In the past, the answer would be an obvious no. But after his development? See the importance? If he was sure that things will not get weird, that the partner has maturity, and he will not be cloned, I see no problem in him having a one-night stand if the mood is very good. We will have examples of that in the next travel arc, by the way. Again, to prepare you guys. The thing is, this is my first fanfic. I want to experiment a little with all types of romances. High school romance, normal romance, hero-villain romance, alien, god. Again, he will not bang everything. He has better options at home. But if the man is far from home and cold, can happen. Now, remember that this doesn't mean that the woman in question will enter his harem. Not immediately at least. Just keep your mind open. Sex is part of life and very common in Marvel between superheroes. The guy has his own reputation to take care of, so he will not be a Johnny Storm, but there are some select few that are worth his attention. And he has a bucket list, right? But he can do it in another universe. Now, continuing. There's controversy. There's some interesting reviews. Let me show you the shit I deal with it. Warning: the author is an incel. He's attracting freaks like him so they can suck him off and validate his unhinged worldview. I give 2 months before this turns into a disgusting swamp of an echo chamber. For now he's trying to disguise his bigotry by hiding in half-truths. He's been escalating. I'm afraid he will shoot a gay bar. May God protects us all. They even offended you guys. There's always a white knight, huh? Let me talk about it. Apparently, I'm a women hater. Probably because of the last chapter of the interview and the many jokes in the story. I sincerely made that thing to be the foundation of the conflict between the MC against Captain Marvel. My little protest on how the woke culture is ruining comic books. And I put some personal experience down there, maybe can help some of you guys. Who knows? First of all, it's not that deep. There's a joke about everything in Saisatri, not only the woke culture. Joke about Asians, British people, America, Brazil, Karens, police officers. But the guy focuses on the woman part, huh? What I said about always there's someone to protect them. Sincerely, I make more fun of men than women. But okay, and what about shooting a gay bar? Well, there are gay characters in Marvel and here and they're cool. Like Iceman. These snowflakes dude. Wait for the confrontation between Eidolon and Blue Marvel. I will finally complete the bingo and be called racist too. Let's go to another funny 1-star review. MC is nothing but a monologue-loving beta letting any women to walk all over him. Sharing his powers with strangers, trying to act cool, helping X-Men for nothing in return. He is a Japanese goody two-shoes and nothing else. Do not waste time. You guys need to decide. Or he is a misogynist that beat women, keep them in their places, or he is a beta that lets women walk over him. He can't be the two. Or he is. Maybe I'm so good at creating a duality moral of the MC that I transcend it. Anyway, see why I'm not excited to read reviews and comments anymore. How can these people read what I wrote? But let's break down this last review. First, the monologues. Many people complain of the monologues. What do you want? It's a first-person's POV. The guy thinks a lot, it's one of his traits. And I explain things properly because of the retards that need everything munched up. And I also think is a little realistic, seeing his thoughts going to strange places. Now the part where he lets any women walk over him? Beyond his grandma, no one can command him on anything. But maybe this is one of these guys that never touched a woman and doesn't know that there are things like friendly banter between people. Now about the sharing powers. I want to talk about this too. Created a little of controversy when Hector taught Rognen. Some readers even joked about not seeing anyone complaining about the MC plans of giving one for all to Cassandra. Most of you guys have some petty possessiveness of power. Keeping everything close to the chest. It's okay, I'm a little like that too. But come on. It's not like he is giving the secrets to the heart of the universe. Do I really need to spell all the advantages? Okay, let's go. The problem is 2 things. Teach Rogue Nen and the comments of the MC about spreading the teachings of Nen in the future. Starting with Rogue. She unlocked her aura, no big of a deal. Hector teach and spend time with her and more of the X-Men increases his favorability. This CNA allow him to copy their powers or even bring them to his side in the future. Remember people, these guys are his allies against anything that wants to fuck the earth. What's the problem in preparing them? I read a comic by DC some time ago, and there shows that most of the small villains don't really want to take down the heroes. They just want to avoid them, because the heroes protect the world where the criminals. It's obvious. Even if in Hector's paranoid mind everyone is a potential enemy, everyone also is a potential ally that can be important or even make the difference between victory and defeat during a crisis. Now let's talk about making Nen common. Some people commented about S.H.I.E.L.D. and others now know about it. Yeah. So, not Key from Dragon Ball. No one will be bursting planets tomorrow after learning. And is already established that is not easy. And there's a lot of equivalence in Marvel, you know that? Chi and all that shit. Iron Fist and all. To them, Nen is harnessing the aura like Chi, the fucking same thing. But let's talk about the advantages. As I said, you guys act too much secretive. But to receive some things you need to give too. Imagine 10 years from now. Hector already has his empire. Most of humanity worships the ground where he walks. Earth is progressing. Now it's time to expand to the start. He needs people, right? Are you gonna rely on the gacha? Impossible. Just go live on an island if you want to be taught much of an isolationist. Nen is a good test. If people out there really put in the effort and learn, it means that they are talented, hardworking, and have some willpower. Potential recruits. Potential space marines. No normal person will outgrow a monster like Hector using Nen. The super soldier serum will be widespread too. As a side note, during the talk with Emma, when Hector comments about making humanity healthy, beautiful, smarter, someone commented about this being very similar to Nazism or some shit. There's a big difference between uplifting everyone and cleansing the bad ones. Just saying the obvious here. Back to the focus, Nen and the super soldier serum will be a good thing to make humans better. Guys, magic will be widespread too. Already is. And is much more dangerous than Nen. Petty jealous, I tell you all? Another advantage will be the good PR cultivated in sharing this. Who knows how much simply being capable of controlling aura can help people daily? This is another thing. Not everyone will be a combatant, why worry so much? And lastly, if people awaken more powers to copy. At that point, the guy will be full of protections to bullshit hacks. He will give a little and receive a lot. Especially in human resources. That are invaluable. And is not he is gonna do it carelessly, right? Next topic. What again? Wait, it's over? I'm sure there are a lot of things, but I'm not remembering. Oh, about the multiverse. I'm with headache. I will only say some things. There's more of Hector, yes. Yes, some of them have powers and are dangerous. Yes, he will eventually meet some of them. Friends and foes. He is part of the Marvel multiverse. If everyone has alternative versions, he has to deal with it too. He didn't ask for the MC protection package when he come to Marvel. D4C made him the main one. The linchpin Hector of the multiverse. I established this from the start. See? Think. Anyway, any other questions, put them in the comments. I will erase this chapter eventually. Sorry for the rant. I extracted a tooth. Maybe this is why my patience is lower than normal lately. Once again, to all the supporters that love my writing. Thank you. My cold heart gets warm every time I read a simple, thanks for the chapter. To the rest, I hope that you guys can see what I'm trying to show. I want you guys to have fun with my writing too. Now I need to say to my mom that she will not have grandchildren because I'm on the Sigma male grind set, not because I'm afraid of women or anything. Believe in me. See? Jokes. It's not that deep. Anyone will go on a rant defending red pill guys in the comments? I bet not. Live and let live. Bye. World of Pirates, Part 01 Disclaimer. I own nothing. This story has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Just walk the path you believe in. And don't forget, you're the main character of your own life. Glenn Radar's Rokudenashi Majitsu Kosher to Akashic Records. Recap. Hector renewed his vow at his parents' grave, rolled the gacha receiving bad and good things, and made a trip to the JoJo world where he acquired many powers and awakened his own stand, Mr. Blue Sky. Hector POV. I blink and I'm back to my space station. I stretch a little, as an act of habit more than to relieve some stress. I did a lot in such a small time. And controlling 4 bodies is tiring mentally. And the arrow also tired me spiritually a little too. Well, a birth or awakening of a new power is always a tiring event. Are you gonna do the other travel now, master? Krana asks me, tomorrow? Let's recharge a little. I answer her after thinking a little, I will start big, so it's better to relax for now. Contact the ones that I will take with me to make their own preparation too. I will personally meet Siko. I say before teleporting away. I hold myself back from stopping time for fun. I will test this power in another world tomorrow. Till now, most of my powers affect me or my surroundings in a limited way. The world can bring unwanted attention. New York. After having a small talk with Siko about tomorrow, and giving her the Miyamoto Musashi card, will be good to better her foundation, and I want to test a theory too. I teleport to Shago's penthouse. Acting sneaky pays off because I'm greeted with the nice sight of her bending over the kitchen counter waiting for the microwave apparently. She is wearing booty shorts? I know what I need to do. As my right and obligation as a boyfriend, I roll up my long sleeve and pull my arm back to give her a meaty smack in the buttocks. It's the law. Peach, She straightens herself up immediately in surprise, and releases a sultry moan while slowly turning to give me a side eye over her shoulder. A provocative smile blossoms on her lips. You slap me and I turn the other cheek. She says, shaking her booty from side to side. Peach, I slap the other cheek too, but don't let go this time. Don't quote the holy scriptures in such a heretic act, wench. I say like a paladin, and then I hug her from behind and kiss her neck and shoulders. Are you gonna punish me now? She simply doesn't stop, huh? I turn her around and easily lift her up to sit at the kitchen counter. Some punishment would be fitting to such sinful body. I whisper while appreciating her in her sleeping clothes. Mister, I was just led astray to the wrong path. She bats her eyelashes and acts coy. I'm a good girl. To not fall for your deceitful words, I will shut your mouth now. And I don't waste time kissing her lips. She reciprocates fast and eager. Our long makeout sessions end and she pulls back to recover her breath, but continues to hug my neck and have her ankles around my legs. Someone is hungry today. She comments with a predatory grin, and what is that? That kiss was electrifying. New power? She asks with surprise in her eyes. I tried to use Hammond like Caesar in part 2. It can stimulate the body part in contact, good for the health too. No problem in being creative with powers. Not everything is only to be used as countermeasures against enemies. I missed you. I made a one-day trip to another universe. Thought about some things and realized that I'm a little distant those last days. That was not so nice. I confess. She kisses my cheek and smiles at me. Relax, I knew where I'm getting into from the beginning. Then she rolls her eyes. You're one of those guys that the world can be ending, and if I ask if is something bothering you, you would answer with an I'm fine. Okay, that's a pretty accurate analyze. I confess, making her laugh. I'm not the type to go venting in any way. I mean, venting can help, but I'm more the type that meditates in introspection. It's funny that I'm good at helping people with pep talks, but I never go talk with anyone for help or counsel. I mean, there aren't many that can help me anyway. I give a peck on her lips. I appreciate the space, my love. I say gratefully, I'm getting better too. The world where I went is a little funny. I chuckle, but she raises an eyebrow at me. Had fun, huh? Any girl? In JoJo? Only met macho and sexually ambiguous men with their flamboyant clothes. I say, laughing. She continues to stare at me, to see if I'm telling the truth. It's the world from where Butcherati come from. I deadpan, now I believe in you. She says immediately, is everyone weird like that there? And those clothes? She cringes. I laugh again, more or less. Don't be fooled. It's just that people there are so mainly that they're almost gay. HM? Or it's the opposite. They act so gay that reach the pinnacle of manliness. I start to think about that. Should I be worried that you're thinking about macho men while you're with me? She raises her eyebrow again. No. I say and go to shower her with smooches on her face. After I'm satisfied and she is out of breath and giggles, I stop. What are you doing? I look around the kitchen, late night snack to watch TV. She says I look at what is in the now stopped microwave with my X-ray vision, not very healthy to this hour. I say. She rolls her eyes. Her training and usage of powers allow her to eat a lot of junk food without a problem, so she is never worried about that. Wait a little and I will prepare something better. I say and start moving around the kitchen. A pizza bread should do the work. I comment, pizza? She asks, confused by my choice of changing 6 for half a dozen. I turn around and point at her. The key is in the ingredients, my dear. The ingredients. I remove the said ingredients from my sky poison pearl. Don't compare whatever was in that plastic bag with my natural products kept in perfect conditions. I sniff some of them, fresh as you would find only 5 in the morning on a farm. I release an exaggerated, satisfying breath. Okay, chef. I will never question your food. She raises her arms in surrender and with a smile on her face, just go choose a good thing for us to watch, I will stay with you here for tonight. I say. She gives me a salacious grin, I was thinking about cuddling. I say fast. I do not want our relationship be only about sex. Or give this idea to her, yeah. She says dismissively before turning around with an exaggerated sway in her hips. Well, it will have cuddling too. This is divine, Shago moans with her mouth full of my food. She doesn't waste time in hooking another piece of my pizza bread between two of her fingers and pulling it. The filling comes between the bread, and the cheese stretches the exact good amount to not become annoying. Pizza in this shape is extremely convenient. She comments, the bread part perfectly makes a C to contain the cheese and the other things from the pizza. And the size of these portions, it's just right for a mouthful. Pizza is already very conveniently shaped. This is simply more work. I cheat to make it easy with my powers. I explain Hong this is good. Eating some good food, the soft body of my hot girlfriend pressing against mine, being fed by the said girlfriend occasionally, and having a hand in the best stress relief ball of the world, a breast. This is for why I put a load of effort every day. This small part of the day. This small reward that one day will be eternal and without worries. One day. So, there will be hot women in the world that you will visit tomorrow? Shago asks. Yes. I won't lie to her. Someone that you fancies? Yes. Are you gonna make a move? She asks, her voice betraying nothing. I don't know. I need to meet these people personally, right? It's more than simply finding someone hot. You know that. I explain myself. Sincerely, I'm still weirded out by the nature of our relationship. There's no example for me to follow. What is acceptable and what is not? I'm afraid of hurting Shago. Do you want to come? I ask again, and spend months in a world full of unwashed men? No thanks. She answers easily, and I'm not like Siko, that training freak. Yeah, Shago doesn't neglect her training. But she is not the type that will crazily go learn all power systems. She prefers having a strong power and training it. Shago. Well, the best way is to ask directly. Communication is the key to a successful relationship after all. Yes. What do you think of me having a one-night stand with someone? Just wipe your dick before coming back to me. She answers without a second of hesitation. I pinch her side. Seriously? Let's say that in this trip I hit off with some girl. The curiosity, male instinct? I don't know. Obviously is not just anyone. She is mature and open enough to have a fun night. After this trip, I will never see her again. What do you think about it? I ask. Sincerely, there are a lot of girls out there in the Omniverse that I don't see myself starting a relationship with, but I'm curious in tasting. That sounds horrible. Men will be men. Shago pauses before answering, you will never see her again? Even better. I can't understand her way of thinking. Care to explain? I bite the bullet. See, Hector, listen, we're together. I will not be the only one. How other will be added? Maybe these one-night stands can develop into something more serious. Are you gonna lose the chance? She asks seriously. Obviously, to me would be great if you don't develop feelings for anyone anymore. But I know that is too late already. And you deserve to have some wifey material or other things too. Sincerely, if you keep things only carnal would be for the better. But I know you. You're the serious type that will try to wife everyone that you sleep with. Be careful to not get attached to any slut. She says, on this trip that you will never go back, it will be great to sate your male urge of tasting new things. She mocks me, much better than doing this here with Black Cat or Black Widow. She says the last part in a low voice. Once again I ask myself if the essence messed with her head. And crazily makes sense. Not all relationships start properly with confession, a date, or another thing. Sometimes we skip to vertical tango and then develop from there. You're weird, Shago. I sigh and hug her from behind, and I love you. Don't worry that no one will replace you. And I'm not a horn dog that will fuck 50 people or something like that. I asked because I don't know the day of tomorrow and don't want to hurt you. I know. Relax. I know that I'm your favorite, she says smugly. Seeing the chance of a little teasing, I keep my mouth shut. She catches on to that and slowly turns to me. I'm your favorite, right, Hector? I look away on purpose. Fast and brutally she turns around to straddle me and pin me down. She is hot when she is angry. Who is your favorite? I can't keep my mouth from trembling in a smile. She notices that I'm messing with her and slowly starts to deflate. Cortana, I say to piss her off. Chapter 241 to 260 is ended and next chapter 261 to 280 is here. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you. Only true anime and Marvel fans will hit that subscribe button. Are you one of them?